Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move for the additional reference of business, Mr. Speaker, may request the Secretary General to read the title of the said bills, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is so directed to read the titles of the bills.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill 8429, allowing LGUs and the public sector to procure and administer COVID-19 vaccines, Representative Villapuerte.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8430, declaring Lumbo Springs in Dolores, Quezon as a protected watershed reserve, Representative Suarez David.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 8431, mandating the submission of a greening plan as a requirement for the issuance of building permit, Representatives Villanueva and Rivera.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 8432, mandating public telecommunications entities to disclose service coverage data to the public, Representatives Villanueva and Rivera.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 8433, establishing a 25-bed capacity hospital in Barangay Casig-Ang, Santo Tomas, Davao del Norte, Representative Duhali.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8434, prohibiting the use of commemorative plates and providing penalties for the use thereof, Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 8435, amending the Magna Carta for the disabled persons, Representative C. Alvarado.
To the Committee on Persons, Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
Resolution, House Resolution 1491, expressing the sense of the House to uphold the UPD and the Accord, Representatives Elago, Castro, Zarate, Gaite, Colyamat, and Rosas.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on National Defense and Security.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated January 20, informing the House that on January 19, the Senate designated Senator Subir and Gatchalian as additional conferees of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the designated provisions of Senate Bill 1357 and House Bill 4157.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated January 20, informing the House that even date the Senate approved the Conference Committee report of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreed provisions of Senate Bill 1945 and House Bill 7904.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Letters dated 27 October, 18 and 22 November of Michael G. Aguinaldo.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated November 16 of Cesar R. Dulay.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Letter dated November 26 of Susan C. Ramirez.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated 26 November of Bencio B. Dizon.
To the Special Committee on Basis Conversion.
Letter dated 10 December of BSP Governor Benjamin E. Jokno.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Committee report support number 711 on House Bill number 8440.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 712 and 712 House Bill numbers 8446 and 8453.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Speaker, Deputy D.S. Waminal wishes to rise on the matter of personal and collective privilege, Mr. Speaker.
What is the nature of the privilege sought by Deputy Speaker Henry Waminal of Misamis Occidental?
Asking for recognition and collective privilege on matter that this representation.
Microphone, please. We cannot hear the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move we suspend for a minute to give time to the technical staff to fix the audio. It will be used by
Session is
the Speaker.
suspended. Resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, now that the audio has been fixed, I move we re-recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker Ominal. So move.
We will know the nature of the privilege sought by our Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, kababayan, Mr. Speaker, the distinguished Rodriguez, my distinguished colleagues. I stand on a question of personal and collective privilege on a matter that this representation found appalling and untimely at a moment when the nation was positively hopeful to welcome the beginning of a new year. Before the year 2020 came to a close, we braved the perils brought about by the COVID pandemic, as this representation personally met with our constituents in the district when we passed through with our annual Pamaskong Handog, distributing Christmas goodie for all families and cash gift for our frontliners. This we did to keep our district happy and to encourage our frontliners to remain courageous in providing care and assistance to our people amidst the greater hazards in their work. Despite the pandemic, the dominating atmosphere in my district was genuine merriment. People were happy and were optimistic. All of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, this positive outlook that we carry as we begin the new year was shattered on January 18, 2021, at the resumption of our regular session, when this humble representation and the people of my district were hit with a strong blow from my perceived friend and distinguished colleague, Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcolita, with his privileged speech dubbed as the demolition man in Osamis City.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Despite this attack,
Point of order, Mr.
I'm
Speaker.
still here standing before the plenary of the House of the
Point of order of
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
suspended Majority Leader.
Mr.
My first question to the Deputy Speaker is what is the nature of the privilege he is invoking?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I am invoking on collective privilege because the name of this representation and the district that he represents was the subject matter of the devolution speech of the Deputy Speaker, Rodante Malcolita, last January 18, 2021, when we resumed our session.
In accordance with the rules, you have 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Despite this attack and the disturbance...
Mr. Speaker, he cannot invoke collective privilege. He cannot invoke collective privilege. This representation does not share his privilege.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move we suspend for a minute.
session suspended. Resume. The status of this situation is that I have here the list. I have here the list for the those who will deliver privileged speeches on the privileged hour. The name of Diaz Rominal is not in the list. We therefore, if I do not follow an order of the list, you cannot proceed. Proceed, please proceed.
Despite this attack, Mr. Speaker, I'm still here standing before the plenary of the House of the People, untarnished, strong, guwapo pa rin, to proceed our side in accordance with our generally accepted constitutional principles of due process, the bastion of our country's democracy. We know that we are doing good and we are doing what is right. With the exceptional trust and confidence I received from the people, I am currently on my third term now as representative of the 2nd District of Misamis Occidental, and by the strong faith in me by the leadership and your unanimous support, my distinguished colleagues in this 18th Congress, I am serving now as your Deputy Speaker. It is still fresh in my mind that in the first month of my first term, together with all the first-termer congressmen, we were given the orientation on our duties and responsibilities. We were taught the foremost lesson of basic parliamentary courtesy, which shall be observed by all of us distinguished members of this honorable Congress. Each member should be treated as a boss, because in this collegial body, the support of everyone is paramount for the best interest of the district or sector that we individually represent, and for the greater good of the Filipino people in general. Strictly adhering to the principles of parliamentary courtesy and respect towards one's colleague and to our respective territorial jurisdiction or sector. Throughout my stint in Congress, I have enjoyed my work because of the friendly and courteous atmosphere among the members of this House. The governing aura of respect and parliamentary courtesy among us inspires me to be productive and strong-willed in specifically addressing the parochial concerns of my district since 2013. In my 8 years of dedicated service, I have valued and enjoyed the warmness of friendship from all of you. And I believe that you have also been enjoying my reciprocal, sincere, and friendly relations. But if in the process I had unintentionally offended any one of you, my dear colleagues, in the sincere performance of my duties, allow me to apologize for whatever lapses I have committed, as I am not perfect. My chief concern has always been the best interest of my people. However, just when I started to enjoy feeling at home with your company, Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcolita, whom I have always considered as my distinguished colleague, delivered a privileged speech at the resumption of this year's regular session on issues concerning my district, throwing blows, jabs, and punches to this representation, the City Mayor of Osamis, who happens to be my son, and the people of the 2nd District of Misamis Occidental. His reprehensible act is a breach of our traditional and generally accepted principles of parliamentary courtesy, and also an invasion on the rights and honor of the people of the 2nd District of Misamis Occidental. It was also a direct insult on the integrity of this humble representation and to our people. Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, before I respond point by point on the allegation and accusation of D.S. Marcolita, allow me first to give you a background of this project where he anchored his accusation. First, the Laman Housing Project is a national project contained in the 2019 GAE, duly approved by us under the Local Infrastructure Program as determined by its congressional district or party list representative. This is therefore our collective project as it has been duly approved by us. Second, the Laman Housing Project is implemented by the DPWH in the our country's infra agency for the benefit of the informal settlers and urban poor residing in Purok-size, Laman, Osami City, the place where the city mayor and this representation reside. Therefore, this is my congressional district project and not D.S. Marcolita's party list. That is why the residents of the Purok are the priority beneficiaries of this project as we personally send their difficult situation. Therefore, if there is someone who is most concerned in the dismal living condition of my neighbors, it is this representation, not other persons claiming to be concerned and interested, D.S. Marcolita included. In all expropriation cases, surface right owners, whether owners of lots or informal settlers, will be paid by the value of their land and or houses. After the completion of the housing project, there will be the priority to be given a lot and housing unit for free. Ang pagmamahal at sinseridad na yan ay hindi dapat dungisan at singitan ng vested interest ng isang congressman. In the past 8 years, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, Congress has approved multi-billion pesos worth of projects for the 2nd District of Misamis Occidental through the efforts of this humble representation. These projects include concreting of roads, construction of multipurpose hall and covered courts, and development of airports and ports, to mention a few. Having accomplished these great endeavors, it is my vision to also help my deserving neighbors to uplift their lives and standard of living through this housing project, grounded on our Filipino culture of leadership, that charity begins at home. D.S. Marcolita's undue intervention caused stress and necessary delays for the projects and services that our people rightfully deserve. He claims to represent the urban poor, which are the very beneficiaries of this project, but he was so adamant to oppose this housing project in exchange for only one family that he is defending, the Neri family. I was of the belief that he was a close colleague of mine. At the start of this 18th Congress, we were together in taking our oath before then Chief Justice Lucas Bersamin. We were also together when we took our oath as deputy speakers. I have consulted him on some legislative matters and approached him to extend my warmness and friendship. There were even 2 occasions when he asked personal favors from me, to which I responded positively. It is therefore difficult to fathom and accept why he reached the point of hating on and trampling upon me and the people I represent and even the institution where we all belong. For better understanding of the program and related issues and concerns, allow me to show this presentation. Please play slide 1, the housing project, Laman.
In the desire to give decent and safe living and household to the people of Barangay Laman and Malaobang in the city of Ozamis, the greatest housing project of local government unit through the efforts of Deputy Speaker Waminal and Ozamis City Mayor Ando Waminal was created. The said aspiration was out of the intention in solving the difficulty in the places mentioned and for the people to be freed from the filthy environment, particularly in Barangay Laman, in which through the years the people are suffering. During rainy season, flood water will rise which will spread in the different areas of the place. The flood water and the sanitation of the place may cause spreading of diseases among children and old ones.
Sa una pa yun, baha na yun na siya, taman yun na siya hawak. So, mahitabo yun, ana, kay hadlok biya po kay sa tanan among tubig, malapawan na kanang tubig na mo sa nawasa, malapawan pa na subugaw yun kayo sa tanan.
Year 2019, Congressman Henry S. Waminal made a promise to the people of Puruksais Laman that he will make a way to give them decent and safe homes which changed their lives.
Usa sa proyekto nga kapisahan nga mga informal settlers sa ato barangay tagahan nato o libre pamuyo disinte pamuyo libre yuta libre balay, di ba?
With a pure heart, the congressman worked hard for the inclusion of the said project in the 2019 General Appropriations Act. He was successful in allocating a budget for the project which cost 50 million pesos, 35 million pesos for Laman Housing Project, and the remaining 15 million pesos was allocated for Malaobang Housing Project. The local government of Ozamis also allocated a budget which costs 15 million pesos as the counterpart funds in payment to the properties which will be affected in the said project. The LGU consulted the 120 more or less residents, and majority of them were happy of the said goal and gave their consent because they were aware of the benefits it can give to the community. Because of this, the way for the wish for life of the people of having a clean and safe homes was paved.
Ko kayo mig kalipay ug pasalamat ni Congressman Waminal nga iyang gihawas ang amo ang kalisod sa labi na sa among pamuyo nga og mag-ulan, maglunop daritso, dili mi makagawa sa among tagsag sa kapanimalay. Di gyud kabutangan among pasalamat yun nga iya giming gipahiluna.
Temporary relocation was also discussed and assured to the beneficiaries upon the start of the project construction. Most of the residents asked for government support to dismantle their then houses and showed voluntary demolition because they knew the need of inconvenience to obtain a decent living. In the said location, expropriation cases were filed to 17 property owners. Expropriation is the legal process for the government to take possession of the private property for the benefit of the public. In the said process, just compensation will be given to private property owners for the government to proceed in the construction of infrastructure projects which will give benefit to the public. Among the 10 property owners who were issued with writ of possession, 9 of them voluntarily turned over their property to the local government. But there was one family who vehemently refused in turning over the property to the government. The particular housing project was led by the Department of Public Works and Highways. Month of March, year 2020, clearing operations were conducted by the agency to start the development in the place through the contractors who were tasked in the said project. The DPWH commended and gave supervision in the clearing operations and certainly not the local government of Ozamis.
Function sa DPWH, mag-implement agad siya what has been programmed.
While the clearing operations were conducted, the Neri family still refused to give their property to the government. With the contractors clearing operations under the DPWH supervision, the family initiated strong refusal in the social media. Moreover, they filed cases against the government which caused the delay of the project, knowing that the individuals who showed declination to the clearing operations were not really from Laman. Based in the court order of expropriation mandated by Acting Judge Soliver Peras of RTC Branch 15, February 24, 2020, clearing operations were conducted in the 5th of August 2020. While the operation was going on, the Neri family in a sudden went out from their house and physically attacked the workers who just did their obligation.
Kung naglaparo na ako, nga nakalikay ko si Tata ni Resuliano, kaya naminyon mo si Resuliano. So mao na to nga naigo, na nakalikay ko, so ang cellphone na lang mo silbi, okay na lang, cellphone na lang nakalikay sa akong lawas yun nga iba di contact ko nila.
After the order of expropriation of Regina Garcina's property last February 24, 2020, Acting Presiding Judge Peras released the writ of possession last March 6, 2020, and the property was turned over to the government. Based on it, there was no one living in the house, but the Neri family gave consent to some who were not from Laman to stay there and as planned to intensely refuse the clearing operations and post it in the social media, which they strategize as over and above the human rights. Sympathizers of the Neri family created an issue that the government overpassed the human rights because of the demolition amid pandemic. However, there was no demolition because it was voluntarily done by the residents. Because of the accusations filed by the Neri family, the project for a long time was delayed. Because of the disappointment felt by the beneficiaries who were temporarily living for a couple of months at the relocation site, they agreed to gather together and go to the Neri's house to ask an appeal for the family's support to the said project for the residents of Barangay Laman. As a matter of fact, the National Housing Authority visited the actual location of the project, thereby showing support to the national and local collaboration in serving for the good and decent homes of the people. According to NHA Regional Manager Rolando Tebas Jr., the project was properly planned and the NHA supported it. NHA Administrator and General Manager Marcelino Escalada also expressed that the Ozami City's housing project is a good example aligned to government program, which is under the Informal Settlers Program or ISF. In addition, NHA officials gave their utmost support to the project. The adamant acts of the Neri family for several times in rejecting and not signing the writ of possession was put to an end upon the issuance of the break-open order of the RTC Branch 15 in Ozamis last November 5, 2020, which was signed by Acting Presiding Judge Michael Ahok. In the said court order, it detailed the observations as to how the defendants mocked the process of the law. As recalled, the sheriff for how many times failed to serve the writ of possession because of the Neri family's strong refusal in signing the said document. As a matter of fact, they even padlocked their door so that the sheriff may not enter. Furthermore, the mockery of the law needed to be ended through the issuance of break-open order that the sheriff may serve the writ of possession. And I quote, "Wherefore the motion for the issuance of break-open order is hereby granted. The sheriff of this court, Sheriff 4 Cesar P. Valle, is hereby commanded to implement the writ of possession and place plaintiff City of Ozamis in possession over lot number 893 A2B1 PSD 1004947 covered by TCT number T10122 with an area of 284 square meters as described in the April 30, 2020 writ of possession, and to eject therefrom all adverse occupants, including the following persons, to..."
It is therefore clear, Mr. Speaker, that there were no illegal demolitions conducted by the LGU or the DPWH or even by this humble representation, contrary to what was alleged by D.S. Marcolita. Of the remaining 7 families beneficiaries, the application of writ of possession for 5 expropriation cases are still unresolved and pending until this day, and their areas have not been touched. To emphasize, these 5 families are still living there. The other 2 families which involve the writ of possession of the Neri and tourist families have already been issued. The tourist family have already vacated their house after the sheriff served the writ without any resistance. The only standing house in the area with the writ is owned by the Neri family, which is being lawyered by D.S. Marcolita in his privileged speech. When the sheriff served the writ of possession on the Neri family, the sheriff was not successful in the first 4 attempts because the Neri family padlocked the gate allegedly upon order of D.S. Marcolita. Isn't this clearly an unbecoming act of a lawmaker? This therefore prompted the sheriff and the plaintiff city government to request before the court for the issuance of a break-open order. This despite an already issued writ of possession. Please play slide 2.
Ang assessment po karon niya karon ang taga DP WH pero anaay ni intervene nato nga si Congressman Marcolita gipangitaan ta og naabay taga assessor naabay commissioner so akong gikatubag nga ang niya karon dire as per the order kamera dire sa stenographer ug ako ug kaning taga DPWH napod ang taga LGU. Oh. Muna nga og dili ko no makapakita nga naay sakto nga mo assist dili ko no sakto nga among gibuhat. Kana moy dili ko kabalo kung saan nila na si Congressman Marcolita. Basta mo na ilang gitawagan. Nya nitawag po sa ako si Congressman Marcolita.
In the slide presentation, Sheriff Cesar Valle of RTC mentioned that he was called upon by a certain Congressman Marcolita who asked him to stop the action and threatened him that in the absence of the local assessors representative, the action of the sheriff was not in order. Is this not a clear intervention of a lawmaker to our independent judiciary in the exercise of the latter's judicial functions? D.S. Marcolita in his privileged speech cited Rule 20, Section 142 of the Rules of the House, that a member shall act at all times in a manner that shall reflect credibility of the House. Isn't this act of D.S. Marcolita in calling the sheriff violative of the provision which he himself cited? Aren't his acts in clear violation of the House rules of Congress as it did not reflect the integrity and credibility of the House? Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I respectfully submit that this action of D.S. Marcolita needs to be properly addressed by our appropriate ethics committee for its proper disposition. On the other hand, what could have been the reason why the Neri family was so audacious and arrogant in blocking the sheriff from serving the writ of possession aside from the strong intervention and lawyering of D.S. Marcolita? From the intel report in my district, one of the Neri's family member is also personally close to the Parohinog family, particularly to the late board member Ardot Parohinog, the brother of the late Mayor Rinaldo Parohinog, who was perceived to be most feared among the Parohinog clan, both in the drug business and other organized groups. Please present slide. In that picture, Catherine Neri is one of the members of the family that D.S. Marcolita is lawyering. He is with the picture with the daughter of Maning Lapad, who is now in jail for illegal possessions of firearms and drugs. And on the other hand, Catherine Neri is with the late Waway Gumapak, an INUP personnel who was gunned down in the successful police enforcement in the province of Misamis Occidental. On September 4, 2020, board member Ardot Parohinog was found dead in his detention cell. Then on November 5, 2020, acting presiding judge Michael Ahok of RTC Branch 15 issued the break and open order. When the order was served by the sheriff, this time after the death of board member Parohinog, the Neri family vacated their house and complied with the order of the court, this time suspiciously without any resistance compared to what happened in the first 4 attempts made by the sheriff. With such acts, it can be inferred that the Neris sourced their brashness from the Parohinogs, as when Ardot Parohinog died, the Neri family suddenly obeyed the court's order. Isn't it that the drug syndicates and crime groups are considered as the #1 enemy of the state? President Rodrigo Duterte administration is even critical and serious in dismantling the same. As for my district, this representation together with my leaders are fully supportive of the all-out war against criminality and illegal drugs. We are working hard in having each and every barangay in the district to be declared as drug-free. Because of the strong political will of the President, the PNP, particularly the Misamis Occidental PPO, successfully dismantled the drug and crime syndicates in the city of Osamis where the Parohinogs used to lord over. Because of our strong support in the fight against illegal drugs, this representation and my leaders also became the #1 enemy of the drug lords and criminals. With my aggressive fight against these evil elements, my life was even put on the line to the point na may patong ako sa ulo at the height of the power of the Porohinog. Despite this, we remain strong and steadfast in not letting up to the dangers that could befall us from this unconscionable and lawless element. Are these the kind of people that D.S. Marcolita is lawyering, protecting, and defending? Those who have links with and who have sourced their bravado from the drug lords and criminals? Putting the pieces together, it can be inferred that the Neres were being used by the Porohinog in putting the Waminal leadership down, as we strongly supported the President's war on drugs. With his act, does D.S. Marcolita therefore aspire to have criminality restored in Osami City and in my district by putting us down and replace us with the remnants of the Porohinog family and other drug personalities? I am sorry, D.S. Marcolita. If this is your intention, we cannot afford and allow this to happen in our beloved district. We, the Misabisnon, will fight you till the end. To reiterate, as the Pniri family vacated their house and complied with the order of the court, this clearly proves that the D.S. Marcolita was wrong in saying that there were illegal demolitions conducted by the city mayor of Osamis and this representation, because everything was done in accordance with the judicial process. As a matter of fact, until today, the house of the Neres, which even though they have already vacated the same, the structure still remain undemolished. He was therefore very wrong in his sarcastic remarks that only in Osami City, as the project originator himself, D.S. Henry Waminal, may now have earned the moniker, the Demolition Man. Who now then is the real demolition man? This representation that promotes the welfare of his people, or D.S. Marcolita, who was haphazard in demolishing the integrity and credibility of this humble representation, the constituents that he represents, and this institution that we all belong. He who at all costs, blinded by the real facts, was unrelenting in unleashing tirades without first considering both sides of the matter, as what a true statement would do. As presented earlier, there was no illegal demolition conducted, as all were done in accordance with the law. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, the series of acts of D.S. Marcolita against this representation, the city mayor of Osamis and the people of Osami City, all that D.S. Marcolita wanted was to demolish our integrity and the gains of the Duterte administration in eradicating the proliferation of illegal drugs and in dismantling the organized crime group through his support with Neres, who have the backing of the Porohinogs. Does he want to demolish us because he wants to restore back the drug personalities in my area through clandestine acts, as what he has been doing here in Congress? D.S. Marcolita in his privileged speech mentioned, and I quote, "There were no orders of rate of demolitions issued by the courts, no compensation, no relocation. The DILG and PNP did not lift a finger to help despite the request from this representation." This again, Mr. Speaker, shows D.S. Marcolita's behavior of arrogance and demolition attitude, because during the budget deliberation of DILG and PNP, he moved at one time for the deferment of the budget of the PNP, including the whole family of the DILG, on the ground that the PNP allegedly did not adhere to this intervention request in relation to Neres' plea for assistance. This plea is slide 5.
5th of August 2020, while the operation was going on, the Neri family in a sudden went out from their house and physically attacked the workers who just did their obligation.
The slides presented clearly shows the Neres assaulted the engineer of the project and the barangay officials in the area. However, on the report made by the Neres to D.S. Marcolita, the facts were already twisted by the media. It appeared that they were the victims in the incident. The Neres even made accusation that one of the policemen, Captain Tano, assisted in harassing them. Please present slide 6 and 7 of D.S. Marcolita's text to PNP, then PNP Chief General Gamboa. In that, takes of D.H. Marcolita based on his intervention and the manufactured twisted facts. Captain Tano, who is a decorated officer, by virtue of that text that he sent to PNP Chief Gambua, Captain Tano was immediately relieved and was pre-charged by the police. By the way, Captain Tano was also a part of the police team that raided the house of former Mayor Aldong Paruhinog. As the accusation against Captain Tano was baseless, the case was ultimately dismissed for lack of merit, but D.S. Marcolita was still not yet contented despite the action of the police on his intervention that he still moved for the deferment of the ILG budget. Please play slide number 8.
No, nobody. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the entire DILG was not responding. The police PNP did not even reply to my text messages. Why so? Mr. Speaker, if you are unable to provide the answers to these questions, we can probably defer consideration of your budget until I am able to convince you that these questions must be answered because there are aggrieved people.
Mr. Speaker, isn't the acts of D.S. Marcolita in moving for the deferment of the budget of the ILG and the police on the sole reason of his personal innuendo based on the false report from private persons in an exercise of grave abuse of power? That with just one request from his client, D.S. Marcolita would want to demolish the integrity of our police force. The deferment of the budget, police budget, could be a part of his grand design to get back at the police and take control of its men, as it is the current police administration in my area that has the strong political will under the President's directive, which dismantled the illegal drugs and crime groups in my district. Not contented with that, please present slide number 9 and number 10, where P.S. Marcolita had again insinuated and texted PNP Chief Gambua, insinuating that this representation is the contractor of the project. And in the answer of the provincial director of Misamis Occidental was directed by then PNP Chief Gambua to answer the opposition. And the answer of the police director is that the contractor of the project is a certain Mr. Elec Claim of Mindanao Crack Corporation. This Marcolita also alleged in his privileged speech, and I quote, "This is the forced eviction of one of the residents by virtue of a break-open order issued by the court." By the way, this representation holds a document that judges in Osami City receive 50,000 allowance per month from the city government. This time, Mr. Speaker, this Marcolita now admitted that there is a court order which contradicted his earlier claim that it is the city that illegally demolished the house of his client, the Neri family, without court order. Moreover, with such accusation, this Marcolita casted now a negative affront and attack to the integrity of the judges. This time, it is now the integrity of the judges in the area that he demolished. Upon verification with the local government of Osamis, indeed the judges are receiving allowances but only 25,000 pesos, which is just half of the blown out value that D.S. Marcolita was falsely claiming. These allowances that the judges are receiving, just like other judges in other areas in the country, is allowed under our law. He had overblown the amount to cast doubts on the credibility of the judiciary in my district. Another unforgivable act from the real demolition man who wants to tarnish the judiciary on the mere reason that it did not act according to his wishes. Yet again, as can be cited in his privileged speech, the real demolition man, D.S. Marcolita, has unleashed his demolition tactics, this time against the integrity of the Department of Public Works and Highways. He alleged that the implementing agency for the project is the Bukidnon First Engineering District. This runs counter to the certification of the Second District Engineering Office of Misamis Occidental, Tangub City. D.S. Marcolita also insinuated that there is a ghost project somewhere, which is not only a product of his wild imagination, but is also unfair to Secretary Mark Villar and to the DPWH family as a whole. He should have first asked or written the good secretary whether this project is a ghost one, or how can this project be a ghost one when, as a matter of fact, the project is now nearing completion. As per report of the DPWH project engineer, the project phase 1 and 2 will be completed by March this year and has encountered delays such as the phase 3 of the project due to the undemolished house of the Neri family because of the intervention of D.S. Marcolita. Please present house near. That's the current status of the project nowadays. Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues of this august body, this representation could not help but question the ultimate purpose of D.S. Marcolita in all this polabalo. Is his intervention an apparent concern just in disguise of his ulterior motive? Upon checking into the records of this Congress, he had already filed similar resolution with dubious intention. If his concern is only to investigate the implementation of the project, he should not resort anymore to a privileged speech that would unduly malign and destroy the integrity of this representation and the people of my district, as he had already filed resolution number 1197, calling for an investigation on the matter contained in his privileged speech, which is now pending deliberation with the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. That against our role? What could really be the reason of this demolition activity of D.S. Marcolita? Is his political ambition to run as president or as a senator? I don't have quarrel with him on that. But let it not be at the expense of myself and my people. Kung hanap buhay lang gusto niya, ay bakit hindi na lang niya ako kinausap? Dahil tinuturing ko naman siya na isang kaibigan. There is a quote which says that ignorant kills. It's like a virtual substance for poison. Mr. Speaker, the accusation of D.S. Marcolita without first talking to me, or for him to first make a thorough investigation first and evaluating all the facts, make him ignorant of what really transpired in my very own legislative district. I respectfully submit that such irresponsible and reprehensible behavior deserve proper attention by our august body, so that it will not be the attitude and behavior that will reflect on the individual and collective reputation of our members and an institution. Is this Marcolita's attitude of wanton demolition tactics? It speaks good of the credibility of this house. His cup was not yet full when he tried to demolish the integrity of this representation and the people of the second district of Misamis Occidental, as he sought to further cast aspersion to smear the reputation of our government agencies, such as the PNP, the judiciary, and the DPWH, as I have presented earlier. It is in this context that I pray that the issues raised herein against the conduct and behavior of D.S. Marcolita be referred to the Ethics Committee for proper investigation and appropriate action, and that copies of this privileged speech be furnished also to the Committee on Government and Public Accountability as my reply to that resolution. And with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My dear colleagues, mabuhay ang 18th Congress House of Representatives.
Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta wishes to rise to interpellate Deputy Speaker Waminal. First, let's ask our Deputy Speaker, Waminal, is he willing to accept interpellations from the Honorable D.S. Marcoleta?
As to my wish, Mr. Speaker, but because I wasn't able to interpellate him also during his privilege, and then I politely declined to answer to entertain his interpellation.
The gentleman refuses to yield. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the question of privilege of Deputy Speaker Waminal be referred to the Committee on Rules.
It is directed that the privileged speech of DS Wabinal is referred to the Committee on
Rules, Mr. Speaker.
Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Privilege hour is opened. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the first of our colleagues who wishes to avail.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, DS Marcoleta of Sagip Party List. What is the pleasure of the
I ask
gentleman?
permission from the rules, Mr. Speaker, that I wish to interpellate Deputy Speaker Waminal, and I was given the go signal.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, the person who gave his privilege speech is not willing to be interpellated. So therefore, there can be no interpellation at this time.
So, Bios Waminal, Mr. Speaker, refuses to answer interpellation from this representation.
Yes, he had made his reasons to do so, and so therefore, there can be no interpellation on his privilege speech because he has declined.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, may I just ask the Speaker that I be given the chance to make a manifestation, Mr. Speaker?
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that this is an issue is very important in the locality, and considering also that we are respecting the right of the distinguished deputy speaker not to be interpellated, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we should recognize the Honorable Marcoleta for his manifestation. So, Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the Honorable Marcoleta. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Marcoleta is now allowed to give his manifestation, a short manifestation. But after all, there is no reply to that because there is no interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this incident came from, I would say, complaints heard to me by several residents of Osamis City in Misamis Occidental sometime in April of last year. Considering, Mr. Speaker, that our constituency is nationwide, those residents, Mr. Speaker, specifically those belonging to the marginalized and poor sector of this country, are the chosen sectors of our party list. Hindi naman pwedeng hindi ko sila tulungan kung meron silang problema, Mr. Speaker. And so because of those complaints, those cries for justice, because at that time, their dwelling houses, the residences, are being demolished. I remember I texted and I even communicated with Deputy Speaker Henry Waminal in order to know the background on what is happening in his district. And so I was told, Mr. Speaker, that the city government of Osamis, whose mayor is his son, was granted a writ of possession by the trial court. I asked him, Mr. Speaker, if by virtue of the writ of possession granted by the court, if the Osamis government was already entitled to demolish those houses. I was specifically asking him, Mr. Speaker, whether the writ of possession granted the Osamis city government also the right to demolish the houses. I told him that you need writs or orders of demolitions coming from the court before you can do that. I think you must observe due process. Mr. Speaker, I also told him that there is a law on expropriation. As a matter of fact,
in one of his press cons and interviews, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker Waminal referred to Republic Act 10752. He was saying in that press conference that the project is a national project funded by the national government and implemented by the DPWH. I asked him, kung mo ba meron ka ng writ of possession, ang ibig mong sabihin, pwede nang wasakin lahat ang mga bahay nang walang writ of demolitions. Wala namang magandang sagot, Mr. Speaker. Wala silang maipakita. So I called the DILG. Pwede pa ka akong magpatulong sa inyo because pandemic na po kasi noon, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I think I have the proof, Mr. Speaker.
Let us first hear a point of order which takes precedence of anybody speaking on the floor. Yes.
Kanina, ayaw mo magpa-interpolate. Ngayon, I am not making a manifestation.
Let us hear the point of order. You are speaking, I recognize you, but there is a point of order, and we have to hear that, and the chair will rule. State the point of order.
The point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that the subject matter raised by the DS Marcolita is no longer a manifestation, but rather a privilege. And that subject matter is now pending with the Committee on Public Government and Accountability. And therefore, it is not proper to be discussed already.
What is the comment of the majority leader?
Mr. Speaker, though we respect the opinion of the Honorable Deputy Speaker, a while ago we moved that we recognize the Honorable Marcoleta, and there is no objection. It is precisely because the Deputy Speaker did not want to be interpreted on. That's why I said a while ago, considering the situation, we should allow Deputy Speaker Marcoleta to do his manifestation, just like you extended the privilege hour of the Deputy Speaker Ominal because of the situation. That is the opinion of the majority of the floor leader, Mr. Speaker.
With the opinion of the majority leader, we continue to recognize DS Marcoleta, and we would like to request that this is short. There are 10 on the list. And after all, I have heard that DS Marcoleta in his 35 minutes privilege speech, and these matters have been taken up. And so therefore, can we have a shortened manifestation from DS Marcoleta? The issues have been joined, it is going to the rules. DS Marcoleta is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, I'm going to those lines that he already made mention, like my intervention in his own district. As I have said, Mr. Speaker, our constituency is nationwide. And I intervened because residents in Misamis Occidental called me and texted me, and it is my duty to respond, Mr. Speaker. At yun nga po, tinatanong ko, kung merong court orders ng pagdidemolish, wala naman. So I called the DILG, specifically if they can ask the PNP to also see the grounds, what is happening on the grounds, see for themselves kung meron pong writ of demolition. Kung meron, okay lang, because that is the proper and legal order. Ang problema, Mr. Speaker, wala pong writ of demolition, walang orders of demolition, and this fact was even confirmed to me by Undersecretary of DILG Echeverry, because the provincial DILG official reported to him that there was no writ of demolition. Mr. Speaker, ang sabi ko kay Deputy Waminal, he should observe due process. Kasi po kahit na magkaroon kayo ng writ of demolition, hindi naman po pwede po na automatic meron na po kayong title over the lands na po inyong ina-expropriate. Ibig bang sabihin, Mr. Speaker, pag nag-issue na po ng writ of possession ng court, yung title po kagad automatic pang napunta sa Osamis government? Hindi po. So the question is, paano po kayo makapagtatayo ng isang project funded by the national government over a land area which is owned privately by the residents. Bakit papasok ang national government like the DPWH mag-construct ng project hindi naman titulado sa Osamis government? These are the questions I raised. And I even told him, Mr. Speaker, under Republic Act 72-79, small parcels of lands belonging to residents are even exempted. They are exempted from expropriation. And then, the same law, Mr. Speaker, Section 10. Ang sabi po doon, expropriation is only one mode of land acquisition. Before you can even resort to expropriation, dapat po exhausted yung ibang modes of acquisition like land banking, community mortgage, land swapping, negotiated sale, donation to the government, and so on and so forth. What does the law specifically say? You have to exhaust these different modes of acquisition before you can go to expropriation. And then, kung talagang nag-iisa na lang, expropriation na lang, Mr. Speaker, ang sabi po ng batas specifically, parcels of land belonging to small landowners are exempted for purposes of that law. Yun po yung sinasabi ko. Pagkatapos, dinimolish lahat ang mga bahay. Mr. Speaker, under Republic Act 10752, there are 3 requisites na dapat gawin ng proponent na mag-expropriate. Number 1, babayaran mo 100% ng relevant zonal value ng mga i-expropriate mo. Babayaran mo yung improvements and houses and the trees and crops that may have been destroyed in the act of expropriation. And primarily, Mr. Speaker, under Republic Act 10752, you have to go through expropriation through the office of the Solicitor General or the office of the Government Corporate Council. Hindi po didiretso ang Osamis government na mag-expropriate like what they did by filing a complaint for expropriation in the trial court. They invoke the eminent domain of the local government code. That is a general law. Ang special law on expropriation is Republic Act 10752. We lawyers know that a special law will prevail over the general law in the matters of expropriation. This is the special law.
We request to wind up because 10 more of our congressmen are in line for the privilege speech. Can we wind up so that those issues precisely?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Kaya ko lang po kinukwento ito dahil sinasabi niya na that I interfered. I interfered for the correct reasons. Hindi naman po siya naniwala sa akin. Hindi na sana tayo napunta sa ganito kung pinakinggan niya ako. Pagkatapos sasabihin niya, pinakita niya, kinausap ko raw ang sheriff. Totoo po yun, through telephone, Mr. Speaker. I was asking the sheriff kung may dala-dala siyang court order ng demolition. Wala po, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so that precisely those issues will be thrashed out in the proper committee by the rules because the privilege speech has
Salamat po. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Can you line up so that we can now go to our other speakers? Mr. Chair. We have the minority leader recognized, the Honorable Gentleman Kit Belmonte from Quezon City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just received a phone call from my minority leader, Karaps Paduano, who agrees with the chair. Since this matter is already a subject matter of a committee hearing, may we request both parties to refrain from proceeding further so that we could continue with the business of the day. We would refrain from calling anybody out of order, but if we follow the rules strictly, medyo merong makakaluwagan po tayo sa rules dito po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So, on behalf of the minority, we support the position of the chair, and may we request both parties to refrain from proceeding further, and we continue with discussing the subject matter sa committee na lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you from the peacemaker from Quezon City. So we should be able to stop this and we should not proceed to the others in the order of business. Okay, so Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the manifestation of Representative Marcoleta of Sagi Party List and Deputy Minority Leader Kit Belmonte be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The manifestation of Rios Marcoleta of our party list Sagip is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the privilege hour.
With any objection, none, the privilege hour is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Domingo Rivera of Sibak Party List for his privileged speech. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Rivera is now recognized. Laba?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader.
You're clear on Zoom. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa mga kapwa ko po, kinatawan dito sa Kongreso at sa mga minamahal nating mamamayang Pilipino na nakasubaybay sa atin ngayon, isang pinagpalang hapon po sa ating lahat. Today, we mark a very significant celebration in our country, the National Bible Day. This is pursuant to Republic Act 1163, which declares the last Monday of the month of January as the National Bible Day. Mr. Speaker, this representation of Sibak Party List stands today in attempt and hope that the profound essence of this celebration will not be merely reduced into a month-long, week-long, or day of remembrance, but to remind us that the Bible is a solid foundation on which our lives and country can stand. As the 40th American President, Ronald Reagan, aptly said, within the covers of the Bible are the answers for all the problems men face. Ngunit, Mr. Speaker, ano nga po ba itong Biblia at bakit ito importante sa ating buhay? Hayaan niyo pong dalhin ko po kayo sa ilang kamanghamanghang katotohanan patungkol sa librong ito. Mr. Speaker, the Bible is a collection of manuscripts, books, and epistles that were written by 40 different authors from different nations in 3 continents in the span of 1,600 years, but with perfect consistency and devoid of any real contradiction. Tama po ang narinig ninyo, Mr. Speaker. 40 authors in 1,600 years, ngunit iisa lamang ang mensahe. Mr. Speaker, iba't ibang kaharian, imperyo, at gobyerno din ang nagtangkang alisin ito sa daigdig. Ngunit lahat ay nabigo. Salamat sa libu-libong martir na buong puso na may kagalakang nag-alay ng buhay upang mapreserba lamang ang Biblia at dalhin sa panahon natin ngayon na ang katotohanang ang may akda ng Biblia ay ang nag-iisang Diyos na buhay na nagmamahal sa ating lahat. But why is the Bible indispensable in our personal lives and even in our collective existence? Let me just point out 3 major points, Mr. Speaker. Una po, Mr. Speaker, sa magitan lamang ng Biblia natin makikilala ng totohanan ang tunay na Diyos na nagmamahal sa ating lahat. Although the creation will prove and testify to the general knowledge that there is God who created this world and everything in it, only through the Bible will we know that this God is a personal God who is very much acquainted, interested, concerned with even the smallest details of our lives. Sa Biblia natin malalaman na ang Diyos na ito pala ay alam kahit ang bilang ng ating mga buhok. Biblia din ang nagsasabi na ang Diyos pala na ito ay kilala na tayo at may nakalaanang kinabukasan para sa bawat isa sa atin bago pa man tayo isilang dito sa mundo. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, anumang kaalaman, pagkilala sa Diyos na hiwalay sa isinasad ng Biblia ay kulang, mapanlinlang at mapanganib. Mr. Speaker, minsan po ay may nagtanong sa akin kung may halaga at kaugnayan ba ang Biblia sa kahirapan na dulot ng pandemya ang COVID-19 na ito. Ito ay dahil sa mga figura ng kalagayan ng ating bansa sa ngayon. Hindi lamang higit 500,000 Pilipino ang tinamaan ng COVID-19 at mahigit 10,000 na ang namatay. Ang ekonomiya ay naghihirap. It even declined into negative 16.5% gross domestic product or GDP. Unemployment is record high. An SWS survey put the value at 27.3 million jobless Filipinos last year. That's 25% of the country's population. On top of this, moral is very low. Hanggang ngayon, puno tayo ng mga pangamba para sa mga susunod na araw. Ang sagot ko po ay oo at higit kailanman. Mas kailangan natin ang kaalaman ng Biblia sa mga panahon pong ito. Sa mga minamahal kong kababayan, kumapit po tayo sa Diyos ng Biblia. Huwag na huwag po nating kalilimutan na hindi po natutulog ang Diyos. Yan po ay galing mismo sa Biblia at hindi lamang po isang awitin. Ang sabi po ng aklat ng Isaiah chapter 49 verses 15 to 16, maaaring mapabayaan ng isang kanyang anak, ngunit hindi tayo makakalimutan ng Diyos sapagkat ang pangalan natin ay nakaukit sa kanyang palad. Huwag nating hayaan na gupuin tayo ng takot at pagkabalisa. Dahil ayon sa Mateo 6:25 hanggang 34, kung paanong pinapakain ng Diyos ang mga ibon na hindi naman nagtatrabaho o nag-iipon sa bangan. Ang mga bulaklak na kanyang binibihisan ng kagandahan sa bawat umaga, ay ganon din siya tiyak nakakatagpo sa lahat ng ating mga alalahanin at pangangailangan. Sumunod at magtiwala lamang tayo sa Diyos ng Biblia at masusumpungan natin ang kanyang mga pagpapala. Ikalawa, Mr. Speaker, ang Biblia ay naglalaman ng mahalagang tuntunin at gabay upang makamit natin ang tagumpay sa buhay. Isang kaibigan ng misa ay nagsabi sa akin ng mga letrang B, I, B, L, and E. Sa salitang Bible ay acronym daw po na ang ibig sabihin ay Basic Instructions Living Earth. Ako'y napangiti, ngunit dagliang napasang-ayon. Tayong lahat ay mga estranghero lamang dito sa mundong ito, sa mundong ibabaw, at balang araw ay lilipat din sa kabilang buhay na walang hanggan. Huwag natin nawang kalimutan ang basic instructions ng Diyos upang tayo maging tunay na matalino at matagumpay sa buhay. Iwaksi ang pagmamataas, puot, kasakiman, at materialismo. Bagkus ay matutong mabuhay ng may takot sa Diyos at may pagmamahal sa kapwa. Dahil sa ganitong paraan, ay makakapag-impok tayo ng kayamanan para sa susunod na buhay. Third and last, Mr. Speaker, the Bible is indispensable in nation building and statecrafting. As it is said in a famous quote by one of the founding fathers of the United States of America, it is impossible to rightly govern the world without God and the Bible. Righteousness and justice should be present in all aspects of our governance. In Psalms 89 verse 14 letter A, righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. Thus, our governance must be rooted in dignity, truth, justice, and righteousness as provided for in the Bible and in our laws. Ang sabi din po ng Biblia sa aklat ng Awit 33:12, na siyang nakalibmag din sa Philippine Peso Bill. Pinagpapala ang bayan ng Diyos ay ang Panginoon. And the only way we can make the Lord as the God of this nation is to use the Bible as one of the handbooks in our governance. Kaya po ang sabi sa 2 Chronica 7:14, ngunit kung ang bayang ito na nagtataglay ng aking pangalan ay magpakumbaba, manalangin, hanapin ako at talikuran ng kanilang kasamaan, papakinggan ko sila mula sa langit, patatawarin ko sila sa kanilang mga kasalanan, at muli kong pasasaganain ang kanilang lupain. Just like what my co-representative of Sibac Party List, Deputy Speaker Brother Eddie Villanueva had said before, obeying the principles of the Bible in nation building and statecrafting means acknowledging and subjecting every pillar of our society to the authority of God. In doing so, we are opening up our country to the blessings and to the good life that God has in store for us. No less than the preamble of our Constitution stresses the need for us to implore the aid of the Almighty God in order to build a just and human society, and establish a government that shall embody our ideals and aspirations, promote the common good, conserve and develop our patrimony, and secure to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of independence and democracy under the rule of law, and a regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace. Sa aking mga kapwa manggagawa sa pamahalaan, ang ating Diyos ay nagalok ng kapayapaan at kaunlaran. Subalit hindi natin ito makakamit kung hindi natin siya kikilalanin at paghahariin sa ating mga buhay at sa ating pamamahala. Mr. Speaker, ito ang diwa ng National Bible Day, ang alalahanin ang mga katotohanan ito. Distinguished colleagues in the 18th Congress, this representation and Deputy Speaker Brother Eddie Villanueva are thankful that we, as a legislative body, have crossed paths with each other. We will always welcome the opportunity to share God's word and His unfailing love to all of you and to all our people, because that is our language of love. We may not be legal luminaries or seasoned politicians, but we are more than willing to point and lead everyone to the real and unfailing solution to every personal and collective problem that we have, to the way, the truth, and the life, John 14:6, no other than the Lord Jesus Christ. Mga minamahal, nawa ay hindi lamang ngayong National Bible Day, bagkus sa bawat araw ng ating mga buhay, kilalanin natin ang Diyos ng Biblia at makakamit natin ang tunay at ganap na buhay, kaaya-aya at pinagpala. Happy National Bible Day. God bless us all. God bless the 18th Congress of the Philippines. God bless His Excellency, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte and his administration, and all who are in authority. God bless the Philippines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Congressman Domingo Rivera. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Honorable Domingo Rivera of Sibac Party List to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The privilege of Representative Domingo Rivera is hereby referred to the Rules Committee. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize from the Lone District of Antique the very brilliant and beautiful Deputy Speaker, Honorable Lauren Legarda, for her privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Speaker, Lauren Legarda, is hereby recognized. Please come in, Deputy Speaker Lauren Ligada, please. On Zoom? Is not yet ready. Yes, Majority Leader. I understand. Here we are. We see our Deputy Speaker, Lauren Ligada. Please proceed, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am happy to see my good friend from Mindanao presiding, and it is so timely that you are the presiding officer, Mr. Speaker. You will recall that almost 10 years ago, you and I, along with Senator Greg Honasan and Senator Osmeña, Serge, went on a mission for climate and nature and environment to the forests of Germany.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct. The Speaker, we were together to have this training to watch, to see the developments of forestry in Germany. Please proceed. Deputy
Yes.
Speaker.
And I speak today as the Climate Adaptation Summit in Europe is ongoing tonight at 8 p.m. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues in Congress, my beloved fellow Filipinos, I address this humble chamber in recognition of a planet that is fast declining, as record highs of global warming, worsening effects of climate change, and the economic shocks from the present pandemic set us back to achieve our goals on sustainable and resilient development. Our planet has been sick for more than a century and a half, which started when we began to burn fossil fuel that released harmful greenhouse gas emissions. This altered our climate and brought about extreme weather events, increasing temperatures and rising seas, among others. But this planet we call home is not beyond saving. They say the definition of insane is doing something the same way over and over again and expecting different results. For the past 3 decades or more, Mr. Speaker, and I used to say for 3 terms, Mr. President, I've sounded the alarm that nature is in retreat, that we are in an existential crisis due to our increasingly warming planet, and that we need to radically change the way we measure progress and happiness. I will not get tired of doing these things over and over until my last dying breath. But does this make me insane or just extremely hopeful, believing in our capacity so much to transform ourselves and our society for the better? The years 2021 to 2030 is declared as the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration to urge rapid action to combat planetary threats. The year 2030 will also be the deadline of the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. The year our scientists have declared as the closing of the window of opportunity to deflect the catastrophic effects of climate change. This decade, Mr. Speaker, is our last chance. I want this august chamber to express its full support to this global movement and join the global call for all nations and citizens across the world to protect and revive ecosystems for the sake of our environment, our earth, and our future. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if all the more than 300 district and party list representatives would embrace this as their own in restoring the ecosystem in their respective municipalities, provinces, and districts. Imagine the impact it would have on our people, our vulnerable populations in our nation. This decade, let us not be insane anymore. Let us not expect good things to come out of this crisis if we do not change the very way we live and commune with our environment. This is not something we can put at the doorstep just of one country, just of one government, or one entity. Unless we make this a whole of nation task, a whole of planet, if you will, we will not succeed. We are already seeing the light in the recent election and inauguration of US President Joe Biden, who on his first day of office kept his earlier promise to rejoin the Paris Agreement, a clear signal that the US is ready to reclaim its significant role in the global fight against climate change. This is a real welcome development, Mr. Speaker, that will certainly boost the pace and the progress on global climate action and give more depth to ongoing climate discussions, such as the Global Commission on Adaptation's Climate Adaptation Summit, which takes place today and tomorrow in 7 hours, that convey the need to accelerate and scale up climate efforts here at home and at the global level. This inspires us to continue leading in our domestic climate actions and to remain committed in our pursuit for climate justice. Every day, we are witnessing how nature is finding it hard to catch up with our economic ambitions and societal behaviors. But I find it ridiculous as to why we continue to allow the flattening of our limestone mountains over our rich soil and verdant forests. Why are we so bent on taking selfies with coffee drinks that use at least 3 single-use plastic products, as if it was the cutest thing to do, and which we will just eventually throw away anyway? Why do we choose to burn fossil fuels already buried deep on the ground and not harness the potential of the limitless and renewable resource that is renewable energy above ground? Our problem on plastic pollution is not just an issue on solid waste management, a law I authored in my first term as senator in 1998. But it also affects public health, the environment, marine life, biodiversity, even livelihood and sustainable development. It worsens global warming and climate change because of the amount of fossil fuels used in the production and in the transport of these single-use plastic products. The Law on Ecological Solid Waste Management, or RA 9003, in fact, the reason why I was a few seconds delayed was I was speaking to Secretary Simatu earlier on this, is 2 decades old, Mr. Speaker. Bago pa po ako maging kliyente nyo nung kayo'y abogado sa pribadong sektor, sinulat ko na po ang batas na ito bilang pinakabatang senador noong 1998 at naipasa na unang dinagdaan ng bagong kaka-assume lang ni Pangulong Arroyo ng January 2001. 20 years na po ang ating batas, RA 9003. But why is the waste diversion in Metro Manila only 48%? Outside of Metro Manila, just 46%. but there are outstanding barangays, there are outstanding LGUs. Why do we allow ourselves to be one of the top countries in mismanaged plastic waste per year, most of which end up as marine debris, killing seabirds, sea mammals, fish that we eat, our marine life, ultimately affecting our marine food chain and affecting our fisher folks? Yes, we Filipinos are still dependent on the sachet economy. We used and discarded about 164 million pieces of sachets in 2019 alone. And all the more that we should ensure that we have the mechanisms in place for the proper segregation and disposal of waste. All the more that we need to research, find alternatives to the single-use plastics that harm our environment and our health. This is why I have earlier filed a bill that would regulate the importation and the use of single-use plastics. I also support other bills in both chambers that would ban and also mandate an extended producer's responsibility. No less than Finance Secretary Carlos Sonny Dominguez, a good friend. We've discussed this by text and calling on the singular purpose of regulating, if not totally eventually, banning single-use plastic. Secretary Dominguez announced that this government, through the Climate Change Commission, which he now chairs as representative of the president, is pushing for a nationwide ban on single-use plastics. This is one legislation that should be in our priority agenda, and I believe this would cut across political parties. We also experienced last year massive devastation from 3 consecutive typhoons, Quinta, Rolly, and Ulysses, which submerged communities, affected hundreds of thousands of farmers and fisher folks, and entailed almost 15 billion pesos worth of damage in the agriculture sector alone, and 13 billion worth of damage in infrastructure. Hindi pa nga tayo nakakaahon sa isa, may bago na naman because we are visited by more than 20 typhoons a year, being a vulnerable nation. The Sierra Madre acts as our natural buffer from the rains and winds of these typhoons, but with the successive battering and the environmental degradation, it lost its ability to protect and safeguard the communities who depend on it. This calls for more support for nature-based solutions, interventions, policies to protect our nature's wonders, ecosystems, and resources back to the pristine state. Ecosystems are the basis of all business, all livelihood, our health, our wellness, our happiness, our survival. We ignore it to our peril. And after having despoiled it, we need to restore it before we can go back to maintenance mode. Every peso spent is either for destruction or is it for restoration? I've authored many environmental laws and climate laws since 1998 as senator, Mr. Speaker. I've led delegations after another in global talks and negotiations in every COP. The last one was in Madrid in 2019, December. We've urged for adaptation as if our lives depended on it. And as a member of the board of the GCA, or the Climate Adaptation Center of GCA, headed by no less than former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and Bill Gates, we've urged for countries to embrace adaptation as a way of life. However, we still find ourselves at a juncture where global carbon emissions continue to rise, which entails greater danger for a country like ours that strives to do its best to address our risks as a highly climate vulnerable country. I am filing a resolution, which I hope the Honorable Speaker, Presiding Officer could join me in urging all departments to assess every expenditure based on how much it will help restore our ecosystems. I've also added special provisions, not monetary, in the GAA, the General Appropriations Act, to ensure this since 2015. And now, as representative, we've made sure it is part of our GAA. I'm now calling, appealing on all agencies of government. If you have not aligned your budgets towards ecosystem restoration and nature-based solutions to this climate emergency, then you are failing in your obligation. If your structure and your mandate is preventing you from complying with what is needed to face a climate emergency, let us all work to change that. And I would want to help you. We need to scale up climate finance by leveraging our domestic budget to effectively implement and deliver our national climate change agenda and pave the way for a broad, strong finance strategy. I'm also calling on my esteemed fellow lawmakers. Let us perform the oversight necessary to see why our environmental and climate laws are honored more in the breach, and take the necessary measures of inquiry, oversight, and if necessary, amendments in order for our government to address these threats with the authority and the budgets needed. And I am pleading, appealing, Mr. Speaker, with our local government units, all 1,600 plus of them, in a crisis, please do not throw away your money on hauling and tipping fees or on infrastructure that will be next to useless in 2030 if we fail in our task. Social development that lessens our vulnerability to the coming threats. Infrastructure that serves the people and not vehicles. And urban planning that honors tradition and open spaces will make us withstand not just the COVID-19 pandemic, but also climate-induced severe weather events. I appeal to all homemakers of all genders and ages. I will be in our homes, or it will be in our homes and in our families, that we will see the impact of climate threats. Climate action, just like charity, they say, begins at home with persistent and tireless attempts to reduce waste, find uses for all things, and in doing, save money. I am challenging and inspiring, hopefully, the millennials. Take back your future. Venture into sustainability. You can look at any land, backyard, waterway, sidewalk, any open space, maski na sa paso, and work on that. Create soil from your own biodegradable waste. Take your protective and restorative claim on 1 square meter of space, then make it 2, and continue hectare upon hectare until we have restored a thriving and living environment, a living planet. Those working on the information ecosystem, help me. We can mirror the UN's portal. We can launch an app that targets each hectare and mark our success per hectare of the 30 million hectares of the Philippine archipelago. Let us mobilize every region, every barangay, every purok, every sityo. Alam ng bawat congressman yan, ang gagaling. Alam ng bawat mayor na tatakbo yan. Alam ng bawat politiko dahil nandyan ang kanilang mga ikapapanalo galing sa mga leader. Gamitin ang mga political network para i-restore ang ating ecosystem. Every Filipino to restore the health of our ecosystems. After 10 years, Mr. Speaker, I hope I will no longer have to plead like this, shout like this, appeal this way with anybody. And we'll only have to congratulate ourselves for a job well done. We have to hand over a planet that lives and thrives under our loving, tender care. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to address you today as we celebrate the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and as we have tonight the Climate Adaptation Summit in Europe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda, the representative of the Long District of Antique, world champion on climate change adaptation and disaster risk mitigation. Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The speech of our Deputy Speaker is now referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to avail of the privilege hour is the distinguished lady from Bataan. I move that she be recognized, the Honorable Geraldine Roman. So move.
The Honorable Representative Geraldine Roman of the 1st District of Bataan is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleagues, I rise on the question of personal and collective privilege. I would like to congratulate and commend, first of all, the House leadership, as well as you, my dear colleagues, for our timely, efficient, coordinated, inclusive, and targeted response to the pandemic. We, as the House of the People, have systematically crafted legislative measures to respond to the immediate needs of the people, and that would ensure the very survival of our countrymen. We have also made sure that no Filipino would be left behind in our response. Our OFWs, displaced workers, and most especially the poorest of the poor, ang mga nasa laylayan ng lipunan, were the first ones to be assisted. Truly, we have been inclusive in our approach, and we do not want to leave any sector unaided. It is for this particular reason that I would also like to commend a dear colleague of ours, Representative Christopher Tof de Venecia of the 4th District of Pangasinan, for his passionate efforts to defend a sector of society that is normally left out in a pandemic like this. I speak about a sector of society that enriches our lives and defines the soul of our nation. Bagamat sa tingin ng iba, ay hindi po ito mga essential na tao. I'm talking about the creative and gig industries composed of our artists, musicians, event organizers, beauty and aesthetic experts, fashion designers, film and theater players, etc. Many of whom are also your brothers and sisters in the LGBT community. And because these brothers and sisters of ours also have to survive until the pandemic is over, yes, the happy fact of the matter is that the pandemic will one day end. We from the House, through the Arts, Culture, and Creative Industries Block, also known as the Achieve Block, and through the newly created Committee on Creative Industries and Performing Arts, have crafted bills to assist these sectors. Yes, my dear colleagues, the pandemic will soon end. And we have to also set our eyes on long-standing and perennial problems that we have always known to exist. Ang mga problemang pong ito ay parang mga white elephant na lumulutang sa ating kwarto that we seem to choose to ignore. For the longest time, it has been the dream of each and every one of us to see more open and green public spaces in our respective districts for our constituents. Di po ba sa ating paglalakbay sa ibang mga bansa ay tunay nating kinaiinggitan ang mga bayan at syudad na mayroong pinagmamalaking mga park or parke, at nakakasigurado akong pinapangarap din natin ng mga ito para sa ating mga distrito. Marahil sa mga sandaling ito ay may mga iilan na sumusubaybay sa ating session sa pamamagitan ng Facebook ang nagtatanong, mahalaga ba ang mga park o parke sa ating bansa? Ang sagot po ay oo. Alam niyo po, sa aming distrito nang tinanggal ang GCQ na naglilimita sa galaw ng mga mamamayan, ang unang hinanap ng aking mga constituents ay ang aming Orani People's Park. Tulad ng kanilang nakagisna ng maliit na lugar na ito na nakalugar sa gitna ng aming town, ang madalas na pinapasyalan ng mga kababayan ko. Ganun din ang nangyari sa ibang mga bayan sa aking distrito. Pinagsa ang mga pampublikong open and green spaces bagamat pinapairal ng mga LGU ang mga safety protocols. Sa aking panayam sa kanila, ang sinasabi ng marami ay tila dito lang sila nakakahinga ng malaya. Dito lang sila nakaka-distress or detox sa pamamagitan ng ehersisyo at pamamasyal. Dito sila nakikipag-ugnayan sa ibang mga tao. Bagay na kinakailangan nating lahat sa ating araw-araw na buhay. We are social creatures and we cannot survive as human beings in isolation. But the sad fact of the matter is that not all LGUs are blessed to have open and green spaces. Sa amin nga ay patuloy kaming nagangarap ng mga maraming open and green spaces. However, some are just content with having a small town plaza. Others simply do not have any park. We simply cannot leave this to the political will of the LGU executives. Therefore, we from the House of Representatives have to legislate something that will require the LGUs to allocate a portion of their land to parks and other open and green spaces. At the same time, meron din po tayong mga national parks, usually protected environmental areas that are underdeveloped and inaccessible to people. Some fear that this kind of development might affect our environmental protection. And they cite environmental concerns as a shield to against any kind of development. But I am referring to the sustainable kind of development that will combine environmental protection and sustainable tourism. Ito pong mga national parks, following the example of the national parks in Europe and the United States, can serve as venues and means for the education and awareness of our countrymen in the preservation of our forests, rivers, coastal areas, and other God-given natural resources. They can be means through which we can heighten awareness and love para sa ating pong inang kalikasan. Sa isang banda, meron din tayong mga parke na either nakatenga lang dyan o tila pinapabayaan tulad ng Nayong Filipino sa ating pong Metro Manila. Sayang naman, o mayroon ding mga parks na nagsisilbing gateway sa ating bansa dahil nasa capital siya ng ating bansa tulad ng Rizal Park that remains underdeveloped or possibly inefficiently managed. We have to do something about this. This is why from the Achieve block of the House of Representatives, we have crafted the National and Local Parks Act of 2020. Under this bill, which will be filed immediately after this speech, we will establish a National and Local Parks Authority under the combined tutelage of the Department of Tourism and the Department of the Environment and Natural Resources. Ano po bang functions nitong National and Local Parks Authority? Number 1, it will establish a quota for all LGUs in our country to allocate land for these open and green spaces where applicable. As I said, it is high time for Congress to ensure that all Filipinos will have access to open and green spaces. Number two, it will manage the country's national and local park system. Kung meron po tayong network ng mga national and local park system, ito na po ang ahensyang mamamahala ng mga ito. Number three, it will also establish a National Parks Institute that will serve as a national center for park administration, management, maintenance, training, and research and development. And finally, number four, it will make protected areas accessible to the public for recreational purposes. Sa ganitong paraan, marami po tayong mga turistang bibisita at tutulong sa mga lokal na ekonomiya. Of course, all of these with the guarantee that we will protect the environment and preserve it for future generations. Ang ganda, di po ba? Sana po, mga minamahal ko mga colleague, ay samahan niyo po kami sa aming pangarap na mabigyan ang bawat Pilipino ng pagkakataon na magkaroon ng mga open and green spaces na magbibigay sa kanila ng higit na kalusugan, kaligayahan, at kapayapaan. Nakakasiguro po ako na sa tulong ninyong lahat ay darating ang panahong ito kung saan magkakaroon din ang ating bansa ng mga world-class national and local parks. Maraming salamat po.
Our representative from the 1st District of Bataan for the privileged speech. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize our Deputy Majority Leader, the Honorable Tof de Venecia, for his manifestation.
The Honorable Tof de Venecia, Chairman of the Committee on Creative Industries, is now hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleagues, good afternoon. This afternoon, I wish to manifest my deepest appreciation and praise to my good friend, my best friend, Congresswoman Geraldine Roman, for giving importance to the often overlooked green spaces in our country, or the lack thereof. Magmula po nang kumalat ang pandemya noong nakaraang taon, karamihan po sa atin ay nag-quarantine sa ating mga bahay-bahay ng ilang buwan. In fact, hanggat maaari, hinihikayat pa rin ng ating mga medical experts na manatili tayo sa ating mga tahanan upang maiwasan ang makakuha o makahawa ng COVID. Although necessary, living in isolation and quarantine has brought about its own issues. Isa na dyan ang cabin fever. Hindi lang po nakakaburyo ang mamuhay in quarantine, it also brings about feelings of anxiety, restlessness, decreased motivation, hopelessness, irregular sleep patterns, and in worst cases, even depression, among others. In fact, according to the National Center for Mental Health, doble po ang mga tawag na natanggap nila for mental health consults per month from March to May of last year, kumpara sa mga buwan bago mag-lockdown. Luckily, experts have found that one way of addressing these concerns is by being exposed to nature and green spaces. According to the WHO, physical activity in a natural environment can help remedy mild depression and reduce physiological stress indicators. A 2019 study from the International Journal of Environmental Health Research also showed that just 20 minutes in an urban park can improve life satisfaction. I could cite countless other studies, but the main point remains the same. Parks and open and green spaces are important to mental health and human development. However, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that being in quarantine has made me realize is how much we have been taking our green spaces for granted. Data from studies also support this, Mr. Speaker. Based on the Green City Index research, ang Singapore po, 47% ng kanilang land area ay green space. Ang Rio de Janeiro sa Brazil, 29%. Ang New York naman, 14% ang land area for green space. Kung ikukumpara po natin ang Manila sa mga cities na ito, only a measly 0.03% of our land area is green space. And for those open spaces and parks that we do have in urban areas, marami po sa kanila ang hindi naalagaan at kulang-kulang ang mga facilities. Malaki po ang pagkukulang ng ating institutions and policies when it comes to the management and development of our parks. Indeed, we currently have the National Parks Development Committee, which was established by virtue of Executive Order Number 30, Series of 1963. It was created over 58 years ago and was initially created for the development of the Quezon Memorial Park and the Luneta Park. Upon consultation with the NPDC last year, headed of course by Executive Director Cecile Lorenzana, we in the Arts, Culture, and Creative Industries Block of the 18th Congress, or ACHIB, found out that the NPDC has generally limited its operations to Luneta and Paco Park. So sino-sino ang nagmamanage ng ibang public parks natin? According to the NPDC, it's the LGUs. While we commend the NPDC for its efforts in managing these two parks assigned to it, we must recognize the reality that there is a need for greater policy coordination when it comes to the administration of our national parks. This is precisely what we aim to achieve through the bill that Congresswoman Geraldine Roman, myself, and members of the bloc will be filing. Congresswoman Geraldine has already adequately explained the salient features and provisions of the said measure, so I will no longer belabor the point. I will, however, just emphasize that through this measure, we will be establishing a National Parks Authority, which will have an expanded and more empowered mandate, and which will supersede the current NPDC. Through the National Parks Authority, or NAPA, we will develop a truly national park system in coordination with LGUs and other government agencies, which can only result in a greener and better Philippines. Mr. Speaker, the development of our parks and green spaces is not merely a temporary response to the symptoms of cabin fever brought about by quarantine and isolation. Neither is it merely an elaborate beautification program of our open spaces. Instead, it is a long-term investment on the part of the state in an environment where our population can thrive and prosper. So allow me to again congratulate Congresswoman Geraldine Roman for spearheading the creation of this measure and for giving attention to our open spaces. And before I end, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to give thanks to our Honorable Speaker, Lord Alan Velasco, for allocating a significant institutional amendment in the 2021 GAA in support not only of arts and culture as well as the creative industries, but also in support, believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, of the National Parks Development Committee. Executive Director Cecile Lorenzana and the rest of the NPDC team are very, very grateful to Speaker Lord Alan Velasco. My esteemed colleagues, I urge you to join me in supporting Congresswoman Geraldine in our efforts to create a greener Philippines. Thank you and good afternoon.
We thank the distinguished representative from Pangasinan, Chairman Caf de Venecia, for his manifestation, which is hereby noted. Majority Leader.
It's me again, Mr. Speaker. I move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Roman and the interpellations thereafter be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. So move.
Any objection? Hearing none, the privileged speech and the manifestation is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. General Leader.
Next to avail of the privileged hour is the distinguished lady from the Lone District of Occidental Mindoro. I move that we recognize Congresswoman Josephine Ramirez Sato. So move.
The Honorable Representative Josephine Ramirez Sato of the Lone District of or the Occidental Mindoro is hereby recognized. Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, instead of the Honorable Sato availing of the privilege hour, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Samar, Congressman Edgar Mary Sarmiento, for his privilege speech. So move.
Representative Edgar Mary Sarmiento of the 1st District of Samar is hereby recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. At magandang hapon sa inyo po, sa Majority Leader, mga kasamahan ko po rito. Ayaw ko na sana magsalita rito tungkol po sa tinatawag po natin personal and collective privilege. Kanya lang napaka-importante po ang sasabihin ko sana at may papakita sana po ako sa mga kasamahan ko. Tungkol po sana ito sa vaccination natin. At ako humingi po sana itong tinatawag natin na comprehensive framework in information dissemination and vaccination. Ayan po, ano? Malapit na po sana tayo. Next slide, please. Paalala ko lang po, yan pong numero. 513,000 na po tayo, 619, 10,000 pong patay, at may mataas naman na recovery tayo. Ito po ay napaka-importante kasi almost 300 days na po tayo, Mr. Speaker, from the time ECQ was declared. This was March 17. Marami na po tayo na pagtutunan. No? Kanya lang nakakalimutan po natin ang kaimportansya po ng tinatawag natin na local government structure. Kaya nga, dahil po rito, ako'y nakikiusap sana sa mga executives nakikinig. At tingnan po natin uli ang struktura ng tinatawag natin government structure during calamities. And we have to acknowledge that this pandemic is a calamity by itself. Maliwanag po, makikita po natin, ayan po ang opisina ng Presidente, ang iba-iba pong local government units, comprising of course of 81 provinces, 145 cities, 1,470 municipalities, and 42,000 barangays. Yan po hinihingi sana natin na dito po sa vaccination, sana po, no, isama talaga ang local government units ng IATF National at sila po sana ang mga ngasiwa po rito sa vaccination. Total, mayroon naman silang counterpart ang tinatawag na IATF local. Huwag po sana natin kalimutan ang tinatawag po natin na RA 7160, ang Local Government Code of 1991, kung saan maliwanag po na binibigay dito sa local government ang batas na sinasabi ang isang local government siya na po ang may pangangasiwa sa programa ng health, delivery of health services, including the purchase of medicines, medical supply, Mr. Speaker, and equipment of the LGUs. The law also states, Mr. Speaker, that LGU can exercise their autonomy in matters identified by the national government or are within the parameters it has set. Yan po ang importante natin, Mr. Speaker, kaya ako'y nakikiusap sana. Huwag tayong magkamali at alam naman po natin dito po sa Bayanihan 1 po natin, Mr. Speaker, kung saan mayroon pa tayong social amelioration program, marami pong nangyari na problema at ayaw po natin mangyari po ito. Ako'y makikiusap rin, napag-usapan na po ito sa Senado, napag-usapan na rin dito po sa Kamara, ang tinatawag natin na komposisyon ng IATF, ang Department of Health, Department of Technology, Science and Technology, ang Department of Interior and Local Government, ang Department of Trade and Industry. Sana po huwag tayong magkakamali uli, ano? Na lahat po sana ng datos kumuha tayo sa World Health Organization. Kasi unang-una po, na-roll out ang bakuna sa United Kingdom noong December 8, 2020. Ayan po, makikita natin, no? Sa slide presentation natin sa malaking screen, kung saan yan po ang pinakaunang pasyente na binigyan ng bakuna. Noong pong December 8, 2020, malapit na po maging 2 buwan, tamang-tama po ang timing natin, hindi po tayo nauna para doon po malalaman natin ang iba-ibang mga bakuna, Mr. Speaker, na dapat gagamitin po sana natin in hierarchy. Pero mas maganda na po, after 60 days from the time the vaccines were rolled out in the global community, we can now have at least the number and the data and the stats on the efficacy and all others para ulitin natin, huwag po tayo magkakamali. Dito naman po sa pinag-uusapan, Mr. Speaker, the human resource, kasi may naririnig po tayo na sinasabi, isasama po mga teachers, sana wag naman po. Ang pakiusap po ng representation na ito, ang sinasabi ko po, makikita po natin, ang human resource naman po, sana ang kukunin lang po, no? Habang andyan na po, nakastructure na po, Mr. Speaker, ang local government, mayroon silang tinatawag na local component ng IATF. Ito sana should be composed of well-equipped and trained professionals such as the local doctors, nurses, the midwives, sama na po natin yung veterinarians, and of course, the barangay health workers, napaka-importante po. We must avoid utilizing the members of the academy in the vaccination, wag naman po sana. At panghuli na lang po, Mr. Speaker, this is very important, yung tinatawag logistical chain po, maliwanag. Ako'y umingi, Mr. Speaker, sana mapakinggan po itong privilege speech po natin, na ang kukunin sana na mga iba-ibang kumpanya na tutulong po sa gobyerno natin, yung magagaling po sa logistical support kasi marami po sila at sila po nakikita po at mahanap sa iba-ibang parte ng Pilipinas. Galing kang Luzon, pupunta po kayo ng Visayas, sa Mindanao. Kompleto, hindi ko na lang po pangangalanan po ito, pero makikita niyo po, sana gagamitin po ng IATF ito para hindi po tayo magkakamali dito po sa vaccination program natin, Mr. Speaker. Itong vaccination program, Mr. Speaker, this is very important. If you look at the calendar, we are now nearing almost 60 days. It's about time. There are now stats coming from the global community to the World Health Organization, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, on what the country should do para hindi po tayo magkakamali sa brand ng bakuna, sistema at iba-ibang preparasyon. Ulitin po natin, sana sa Pebrero po, magkaroon na tayo ng bakuna para unti-unti babalik na po tayo sa buhay normal. Unti-unti man lang pag binigyan ng bakuna, bumalik na rin ang kumpiyansa ng tao at wag naman sana masagasaan ng husto ang ekonomiya po ng bansa natin. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader at mga kasamahan ko. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of Representative Sarmiento be referred to the Committee on Rules. There is objection. The chair is now motion is approved. Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, considering that our time for the privilege hour has already expired, I move that we close the privilege hour. There is objection. The chair is now the motion is approved. Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 8261 as contained in Committee Report number 699 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. Page 3, number 6, boss. 8261. No objection, the chair is done, the motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read House Bill 8261. House Bill 8261, an act lowering the minimum height requirement
and removing the height waiver for applicants to the Philippine National Police, Bureau of Fire Protection, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, and the Bureau of Correction, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 6975 as amended, Republic Act Number 8551, Republic Act Number 9263 as amended, and Republic Act Number 10575.
Voting ba to? Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate and recognize to sponsor the measure its author, Representative Manuel D.G. Cabochan III of Party List Magdalo. An objection, the chair is none, motion is approved. Representative Cabochan is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I proceed?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My fellow members of the House of Representatives, my dear colleagues and guests, good afternoon. Republic Act number 6975 sets a minimum height requirement for police applicants, 1 meter and 62 centimeters for male, and 1 meter and 57 centimeters for females. This is born out of the view that tallness defines physical strength and should therefore be a primary characteristic of a police, fire, and jail officer. However, height does not entirely determine the capacity of an individual to perform his duties as a police, fire, and jail officer. Further, the existing height requirement effectively disqualifies and discriminates against most Filipinos who have lower average height. Height restriction also highly discriminates against those of ethnic backgrounds who may be genetically predisposed to be shorter in height. Thus, House Bill 8261 seeks to lower the existing minimum height requirement for applicants to the PNP, BFP, and BJMP to 1 meter and 57 centimeters for male and 1 meter and 52 centimeters for female. For applicants who belong to the cultural communities or indigenous peoples, the minimum height requirement would be 1 meter and 52 centimeters for male and 1 meter and 47 centimeters for female. We hope that the lowering of the height requirement would grant equal opportunity for applicants and encourage more Filipinos to join the uniform sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I move that we also recognize the chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Representative Narciso Bravo Jr., to deliver his sponsorship speech on the measure. There an objection, the chair is none, the motion is approved. Representative Bravo is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to sponsor before this august body Committee Report number 699 on House Bill number 8261 entitled An Act Lowering the Minimum Height Requirement and Removing the Height Waiver for Applicants to the Philippine National Police, Bureau of Fire Protection, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, and the Bureau of Corrections, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 6975 as amended, Republic Act number 8551, Republic Act number 9263 as amended, and Republic Act number 10575. To be eligible for appointment to the fire, jail, and police services, one must possess certain general qualifications, one of which is height. Based on the laws mentioned earlier, the male applicant must at least be 1.62 meters or 5 feet and 4 inches tall, while the female applicant should at least be 1.57 meters or 5 feet and 2 inches. While it is assuring and aesthetically pleasing to see that the officers and personnel of the uniform service or our law enforcement, fire and jail services possess the physical attributes to deal with the rigors of their profession, we know they must be endowed with other qualities that equate to better performance of their duties. Of their duties. Intelligence, fitness, and agility and character are indeed better indicators of overall job performance. The proposed measure provides persons of short stature an equal opportunity to join the uniformed services and enable them to pursue their aspirations to serve their country as public safety officers. House Bill number 8261 amends the minimum height requirement for initial appointment to the Philippine National Police, the Bureau of Fire Protection, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, and the Bureau of Corrections from 1.62 meters to 1.57 meters or 5 feet and 2 inches for the male applicants and from 1.57 meters to 1.52 meters or 5 feet for the female applicants. However, the bill retains the minimum height requirement for both male and female applicants to the Philippine National Police Academy based on the recommendation of the PNP Director. House Bill number 8261 also removes the waiver for height requirement that is automatically granted to applicants belonging to the cultural communities and indigenous peoples for initial appointment to the Tri-Bureau and the Bucor simply because issuance of the waiver has become subject to abuse. Instead, the bill sets a lower minimum height requirement for the male and the female applicants belonging to the said groups at 1.52 meters and 1.47 meters respectively. In the 15th Congress, a measure that sought to repeal the height requirement for applicants to the Tri-Bureau was vetoed by then President Benigno S. Aquino III, citing that it was unnecessary because a waiver of this qualification is allowed under certain conditions. Unlike the previous measure that was vetoed, House Bill number 8261 only proposes to lower and not to repeal the minimum height requirement for all applicants to give them an equal footing in the application process. Lowering the height requirement will enable our public safety agencies to widen the pool of applicants and recruit the best candidates. Mr. Speaker, this is also a timely measure considering the employment opportunity that will be created for many of our fellow Filipinos who are now facing difficult times amid this pandemic. I therefore earnestly request approval of this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate our sponsors, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. There any objection? The chair is on the motion is approved. Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments. There any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Mr. Speaker, there being neither individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments. Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Mr. Speaker, and I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8261. Mr. Speaker. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Those who are in favor of House Bill 28261 say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8261 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 8179 as contained in Committee Report number 641, that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to read House Bill 8179.
House Bill 8179, an act providing for sustainable management of forests and forest lands.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate and recognize for sponsorship of the measure Representative Cheryl De Losa Montalia of the 2nd District of Zambales.
There is objection. The chair is none. The motion is approved. Representative Cheryl De Losa Montalia is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Franklin Delano Roosevelt once averred that a nation that destroys its soils destroys itself. Forests are the lungs of our land, purifying the air and giving fresh strength to our people. My dear colleagues, friends, good afternoon. I am here today to sponsor House Bill number 8179, entitled An Act Providing for the Sustainable Management of Forests and Forest Lands, as contained in Committee Report number 641. Forest used to be one of the richest natural resources in the Philippines. Based on the study entitled Decline of the Philippine Forest by the Institute of Environmental Science for Social Change, the country has about 21 million hectares of forest cover, covering 70% of the total land area in the 1900s. 4 decades later, the deforestation caught on that, and by 1999, the Philippines has only 5.5 million hectares of forest, with only 800 hectares of this being primary forest. In the report of the Forest Management Bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Palawan remains the top Philippine province with the biggest forested area, with 699,931 hectares of forest area out of its 1,489,626 hectares of total land area. It is followed by Isabela with 378,637 hectares, Cagayan with 342,944 hectares, Agusan del Sur with 342,736 hectares, Surigao del Sur with 226,805 hectares, Quezon with 226,193 hectares, Apayao with 223,121 hectares, Aurora with 218,588 hectares, Bukidnon with 202,322 hectares, and Nueva Vizcaya with 193,708 hectares. These forests are a source of a lot of bounties for us to partake. Gautama Buddha was once quoted saying that the forest is a peculiar organism of unlimited kindness and benevolence that makes no demand for its sustenance and extends generously the products of its life activity. It affords protection to all beings, offering shade even to the axeman who destroys it. Our dwindling forest resources are a result or mismanagement of it by the axeman that is us. Our wanton destruction of the meager forest resources that we have has already caught up on us and has already taken thousands of lives and billions worth of properties that even the most advanced technology that is available to us proved worthless in protecting us from the wrath of nature. The intermittent water interruptions we are already experiencing
especially during dry months, are also the result of deforestation. Since most of our watersheds are already denuded, the Philippines has an unstable water supply. The water quality has also deteriorated as there is minimal water infiltration and slow recharging of our water tables. The data by the Forest Management Bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources showed that the Philippines need an estimated 54% of forest cover to protect us against landslides and ensure sufficient water supply. The DNR targets to rehabilitate around 1.2 million hectares of the denuded and deforested forest lands by 2022. But how do we solve the problem of deforestation? Mr. Speaker, sustainable forest management is one of the solutions that the Philippine forest industry is looking at. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, sustainable forest management addresses the significance of forest degradation and deforestation while increasing direct benefits to the people and the environment. In fact, it is the only way forward. The concept recognizes the need for a balance between the inherent need of the people for livelihood, that is products directly derived from trees such as timber and paper, while ensuring that forests are protected and will continue to be ecologically viable for generations to come. This is in line with the National Greening Program of the country, which aims to expand forest cover, mitigate and adapt to climate change, conserve biodiversity, poverty alleviation, and inclusive growth while adhering to the principles of good governance. The decline in forest cover goes along with a significant loss of biodiversity, raw materials, and storage capacity for water, and an alarming release of greenhouse gases through the slash and burn cultivation and or farming. In economic terms, the challenge of the government to determine who should be held accountable for the open access nature of many forest lands leading to resource degradation is very difficult. The continuous influx of migrant communities has further aggravated our diminishing forest resources. Given the dependence of human and social life to products from our forests, from wood to water and to the oxygen they produce, these consequences impact on all sectors of the society. My dear colleagues, this bill is a realistic approach to a long-standing and complex problem. It approaches deforestation from all fronts by ensuring that we promote the protection and well-being of our forests while pushing for social development it aims to. Number one, to provide the policy direction in the formulation of strategies and programs for the protection and sustainable management of forest lands and enhance forest ecosystem services. Number two, to optimize the utilization of forest resources to support sustainable development in the country by providing equitable access and benefit sharing to stakeholders. Under this bill, the following provisions are set. Number one, the adoption of the Sustainable Forest Management Strategy as the overarching policy framework, while utilizing watershed as the basic reference landscape in the development and reference lands and management of reforestation, plantation, development, biodiversity conservation, ecotourism, renewable energy, and other related activities. The pursuit of, number two, the pursuit of community-based forest management approach and managing forests for poverty alleviation and sustainability with the participation of all sectors in the society in such approach. It also provides for the creation of a community-based forest law enforcement team from representatives of stakeholders in the particular watershed. Number three, the categorization of all forest lands into protection, and production forest lands for purposes of management and planning. Number 4, the identification of the forest management or unit or FMU as the main planning unit under the Act and also the qualified managers of FMUs. Number 5, the introduction of the Forest Management Agreement, a contract by and between the state and qualified persons for the exploration, development, and utilization of forest land and forest resources. Number 6, establishment of the Sustainable Forest Development Fund to provide concessional financing, particularly for forest development projects proposed by qualified managers of FMUs. Number 7, the reconstitution of the Forest Management Bureau into a line bureau under the DENR. Number 8, the enumeration of offenses related to forest lands and provision of penalties therefore. Mr. Speaker, sustainable forest management, in a nutshell, is that which meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainability creates and maintains the conditions under which humans and nature can exist in productive harmony. My dear colleagues and members of this august chamber, the greatest threat to our forest is the belief that someone else will save it for us. We cannot and we will not allow this belief to flourish. The protection of our forest is one major step in the protection of our planet. It is high time that we stand for what we stand on. Let us be one in the passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate. So moved.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
There being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8242 as contained under Committee Report 688. So moved.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Those who are in favor of House Bill 8179 say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8179 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up on second reading House Bill number 8242 as contained in Committee Report 688. So moved.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Aye.
So the Secretary General is hereby directed to read House Bill 8242.
House Bill 8242, an act providing a framework to protect and promote the right to adequate food.
Majority Leader.
To sponsor said measure, I move that we recognize the Honorable Cheryl De Losa Montaria once again. So moved.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Representative Cheryl De Losa Montaria is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Honors, good afternoon. I am here today to ask for your support to House Bill number 8242 as contained in Committee Report number 688 and entitled An Act Providing a Framework to Protect and Promote the Right to Adequate Food. Mr. Speaker, the human right to adequate food is a direct extension of the human right to food, which is corollary to the basic human right to life, generally understood as the right to feed oneself in dignity. The right to adequate food is a long-standing international human right to which many countries are committed. Over the last decades, a number of countries have developed and implemented constitutional amendments, national laws, strategies, and programs
that aim at the fulfillment of all of the right to food. In the Philippines, despite the long strides that we took to eliminate hunger, we still face serious hunger and poverty. Armed conflicts, in addition to the frequent natural disasters, have only intensified our existing food insecurity. In a survey conducted from September 17 to 2020, by the social weather stations, it showed that families who experience involuntary hunger or hunger due to lack of food to eat reached a new record high of 30.7%, or an estimated 7.6 million households. And the following facts about hunger in the Philippines, which shed some light on the areas that need improvement as well as areas where the country has been successful. The Philippine Global Hunger Index, or GHI, is currently 19, ranking the country 69 out of 107 and placing it under the moderate category in the Global Hunger Index. Although this number is down from 25.9 rating that the Philippines had back in 2000. Hunger poses dangerous health consequences for the Philippines, with a 20.6% of people being underweight and 32.2% being stunted. Low weight and stunting can restrict growth and prevent people from developing fully. Children also face serious risk from malnourishment. Although the rate of underweight children has decreased from 20.1% in 1992 to 20.2% in 2003. That rate has remained mostly unchanged since. In fact, the percentage recorded in 2015 was 21.5% of children being underweight. In addition, 29.9% of children aged 5 to 10 were stunted in that same year, ranking the Philippines 9th in the world for stunted children. With the COVID-19 pandemic, there is a possibility that more children will be stunted if there are no mitigating measures put in place. Hunger occurs the most in the agriculture and fishing sectors, where 70% of workers are poor. In fact, 33% of the working population resides in these sectors, facing low wages, risk of natural disasters, and poverty, all contributing to their high rates of hunger. Food insecurity varies by region, although in the national level, there is 29.9% of household overall who are food insecure. In the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, there is 44.5% who are food insecure. It is also in this region with the highest tendency for underweight children that are seen. Urban regions in the ARM are more likely to be food secure, with 40.1% security rate compared to the 28% food security rate in rural regions. ARM's high food insecurity may be attributed to the history of conflict in the area. The Philippines is prone also to natural disasters, including earthquakes, floods, and tsunamis. The resulting damage in agriculture and displacement has exacerbated hunger and poverty in the Philippines. Efforts to decrease hunger have shown some success. Food security rates have been improving in the Philippines. Undernourishment has decreased as well, dropping by 17.9% from 1992 to 2016. In fact, from a global hunger index of 25 in the year 2000, the Philippines now has a GHI of 19. Based on facts about hunger in the Philippines, it is evident that progress is being made, albeit slowly. Still, more efforts and humanitarian aid are needed to help our country decrease food insecurity in order to end hunger and poverty. Mr. Speaker, Nobel laureate Norman Borlaug underscored that the first essential component of social justice is adequate food for all mankind. Food is the moral right of all who are born into this world. Hence, Mr. Speaker, this bill, which was originally authored by Cabinet Secretary Carlo Alexi Nograles, was filed during the 17th Congress under the leadership of former Speaker Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, referred to the Committee of Human Rights, which I previously chaired. This bill was passed on third reading. I refiled this bill to address the pressing need to ensure that there is adequate food in every table of the Filipino family's home. I commend our chairperson of the Committee on Human Rights, Honorable Chairman Kong Jesus Bong Suntay, for his passion in ensuring that the immediate passage of this bill before his committee. The normative content of the measure revolves around the three major elements of the right to food, namely availability, accessibility, and adequacy. This legislation identifies the rights-based principles upon which it is founded. More importantly, the government obligations to respect, protect, and fulfill the right to adequate food are ascertained under this measure. It also recognizes that every person has a right to be free from hunger. Every person suffering from hunger or undernutrition or at risk of suffering from hunger is entitled to minimum amount of food according to one's age, sex, health station, and occupation. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, the right to food is a human right. Access to adequate food is fundamental right of human. It protects the right of all human beings to live in self-respect, free from food uncertainty, starvation, and malnutrition. The right to food is a human right derived from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We are a state party to this declaration and convention. We are bound to abide by the enumerations of this in the international pacts. But even if we are not a party thereto, it is incumbent upon us to ensure adequate food for every Filipino. This is because we are all humans and our humanity tells us that this is the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, my dear colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
There being no committee or individual amendments, I move that we close the
Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry.
Majority Leader.
Thank you.
This with regards to section 5, may move that the second paragraph be deleted.
All right.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me retract my previous motion and move for the reconsideration of said measure for the period of amendments. So move.
The objection, the chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
For his individual amendment, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bong Suntay. So move.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I issue the recognized. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As part of the committee amendments of the House on House Bill number 8242, the Committee on Human Rights proposes that the second paragraph in section 5 be deleted. Majority Leader.
Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the Honorable Sponsor in accepting said amendment. So move.
Without objection, the chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
There being no other committee or individual amendments, I move once again that we close the period of amendments. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
I now move that we vote on second reading House Bill 8242 as contained in Committee Report 688. So move. as amended.
Is there an objection? The chair is done. The motion is approved. Those who are in favor of House Bill 8242 say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8242 is hereby approved on second reading as amended.
I now move that we consider on second reading House Bill 8243 as contained in Committee Report 689. So move.
Is there an objection? The chair is done. The motion is approved.
House Bill 8243, an act protecting and promoting the rights to equality and non-discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, and religion.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bong Sontay, Chairperson of Committee on Human Rights, to sponsor said measure.
Honorable Bong Sontay is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues in the House of Representatives, ladies and gentlemen, today we call to mind the sterling wisdom of then American President Lyndon B. Johnson, whose words echoed for generations past and present, when he proclaimed in the 1776 Declaration of Independence the following: "We hold this truth to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and independent, that from the equal creation they derive in their rights inherent and inalienable, among which are the preservation of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness." At this momentous hour, this representation stands to challenge the pervasiveness of discrimination against race, ethnicity, and religion, and present before this August fall House Bill number 8243, entitled "An Act Protecting and Promoting the Rights to Equality and Non-Discrimination on the Basis of Race, Ethnicity, and Religion." This bill is a living testament of the legislature's effort to enact a law that fully enunciates a state policy to uphold human dignity and equality, regardless of race, age, gender, ethnicity, or religion, consistent with obligations as state party to various international human rights instruments, particularly the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the International Covenant on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, and the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. It is firmly rooted on legal and constitutional grounds. Section 5, Article 3 of the Philippine Constitution explicitly provides that no law shall be made respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination or preference shall forever be allowed. No religious test shall be required for the exercise of civil and political rights. Further, the Bill of Rights in the Constitution mandates that no person shall be denied of equal protection of the law. In a subpoena of cases, the Supreme Court has affirmed that equal protection simply requires that all persons or things similarly situated should be treated alike, both as to rights conferred and responsibilities imposed. It requires public bodies and institutions to treat similarly situated individuals in a similar manner. Mr. Speaker, my fellow representatives, House Bill 8243 defines discrimination. Discrimination refers to any distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference made on the basis of race, color, descent, national or ethnic origin, religion or religious affirmation, affiliation, or beliefs, which has the effect or purpose of impairing or nullifying the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise on an equal footing of the human rights and fundamental freedoms in the political, economic, social, cultural, civil, or any other field of public life of a person. Discrimination includes incitement to discrimination and harassment.
An act is deemed discriminatory when a person requires other persons to comply with a term, condition, or requirement which are not reasonable, having regard to the circumstances of the case, or the other person does not or cannot comply with the terms, condition, or requirement, and the requirements to comply, has the purpose or effect of nullifying or impairing the recognition, enjoyment of, or exercise of an equal footing by persons of the same race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin. When a hijab-wearing applicant is refused employment solely by virtue of his or her wearing the garb, which is symbolic of one's religion, he or she is discriminated upon. When any student is denied admission or expelled from an educational institution on the basis of one's religious belief or affiliation, or the school does not have any clear, coherent, and reasonable policy on academic qualification and admissions for such cases, there is discrimination in education and training. When non-Christian faith-based organizations do not get the same kind of services, such as medical and health benefits from any person, corporation, or entity on account of their religious belief or affiliation, there is discrimination in delivery of goods and services. When an applicant who belongs to a different faith attempts to do any act, such as the acquisition, possession, utilization, lease, or disposal of estate land or interest thereof, housing and other accommodation, and is later denied for not being a member of a dominant religion or community, he is deemed discriminated against. These are but some of the highlights of many situations that this proposed act intends to address. Mr. Speaker, this legislative measure creates a non-discrimination and equal opportunity committee, which will exercise administrative jurisdiction to investigate acts and practices of discrimination. The Non-Discrimination Committee shall report the results and findings of such investigations to the appropriate government agencies for resolution, settlement, or prosecution. The Commission on Human Rights, in coordination with the National Commission for Indigenous People, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, the Civil Service Commission, and other relevant government agencies shall ensure that the right of all persons against discrimination are protected and fulfilled. To sanction any violations as provided for this bill, there have been imposed penal sanctions such as imprisonment and fines. The victims are entitled to reparations, including restitution, compensation, and rehabilitation, which may be determined by the court, administrative agency, or quasi-judicial body, either upon request of the victim or own volition of the courts. Mr. Speaker, if we were to heed Immanuel Kant's formula of universal law, he states that we must act only on that maxim to which you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law in nature. In today's life, the significant opportunity for us, legislators and policymakers alike, to step up in our game and steer the course of human rights towards a path that fully guarantees the exercise of freedom of religion or belief, of thought and conscience. It is my core belief that conscience precedes freedom, for it presupposes that we are all human beings with inherent rights that are inalienable, with inherent rights that values equality, with inherent rights that gives accord to dignity and self-respect. Thus, Mr. Speaker, the right against non-discrimination and the right to equality are clearly categorically imperative, which Congress must uphold, for we stand to reason and to the rule of law. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leader. Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension.
Objection, the chair is none. Motion is approved.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 8243. So move.
Hear any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
I move that we consider House Resolution 1411 as contained in Committee Report 639 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said resolution.
Hear any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read House Bill 1411.
House Resolution 1411, resolution commending Quartermaster Second Class Raymond Joseph Only for his courageous and heroic acts in the Philippines during World War II and his ardent friendship and love for the Philippine people.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve said House resolution.
Hear any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Rather, Mr. Speaker, I would like to amend my motion and I would move to adopt House Resolution 1411. So move.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution 1419 as contained in Committee Report 690.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
House Resolution 1419, resolution urging the Philippine Statistics Authority through the National Economic and Development Authority to fast-track the integrated implementation of Republic Act Number 11055, the Philippine Identification System Act, and Republic Act Number 11315, the Community-Based Monitoring Systems Act, in order to establish a unified digital database that will serve as vital mechanism to allow government to swiftly identify target beneficiaries and provide seamless and efficient delivery of government programs and services, especially in times of disasters and national crisis or emergencies.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1419. So move.
Is there an objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution 1430 as contained in Committee Report 701 and direct Secretary General to read the title.
Is there an objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read Resolution 1430.
House Resolution 1430, resolution urging President Rodrigo Roa Duterte to direct the creation and implementation of a comprehensive Bicol Region Rehabilitation Program that will efficiently and comprehensively counter the effects of the devastation wrought by typhoons Quinta, Rolly, and Ulysses, ensuring thereby the rebuilding of a better Bicol region.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt said resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading as well as other communications. So move.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill Number 8436, mandating all public and private establishment for public use to have readily available wheelchairs for PWDs and other individuals who need similar care, and penalizing any act of blocking of PWD access ramps. Representative Crisologo.
To the Special Committee on Persons and Disabilities.
House Bill Number 8437, amending the University of the Philippines Charter of 2008. Representatives Villanueva, Brother Eddie, and Rivera.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill Number 8438, prohibiting education institutions from withholding the official records of students by reason of non-payment of tuition and other school fees. Representative Villanueva, Eduardo, and Rivera.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill Number 8439, prescribing the mandatory guidelines on the establishment and operation of local university and colleges. Representatives Villanueva, Eduardo, and Rivera.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8441, improving the quality of student teachers and teachers by furthering enhancing the Teacher Education Council, institutionalizing a scholarship program for student teachers. Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8442, converting the Plaridel Community Hospital in Plaridel, Misamis Occidental into a Level 1 hospital on infectious diseases under the direct control, supervision, and management of the DOH and increasing its bed capacity to 50. Representative T. Diego.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8443, strengthening and upholding the freedom of teachers and students to teach, study, and pursue knowledge and research without unreasonable interference or restrictions in all SUCs. Representative Belmonte.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8444, providing for a vaccine passport for emerging or re-emerging infectious diseases. Representative Tan Angelina.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8445, amending sections of the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation Charter. Representative Kua.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Committee report number 714 of the Committee on Health, on House Bill number 8461.
Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we open privilege hour for 30 minutes.
There an objection? The chair is stand. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the distinguished lady from Kabataan Party List, Congresswoman Sarah Jane Elago. So move.
There an objection? The chair is stand. The motion is approved. Representative Jane Sarah Ilago of Kabataan Party List is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I deliver this Youth Representation's privilege speech on the International Education Day, I would like to respond to the challenge posed by our fellow eco warrior, Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda, to the younger generations in time for the Climate Adaptation Summit this year. With disasters set to increase in a warming climate and risk of future pandemics remain, due to lapses in effective implementation of our protective measures against deforestation and ecosystem disruption, we must raise our voices to act with a sense of urgency towards a greener economy that strengthens our healthcare system, boosts decent employment, offers social protection to all, provides adequate food, and invests in national development that will not only help us to more rapidly cushion the immediate impact of the recession, but also to avoid future similar shocks and be more resilient to crisis. We must raise our voices to advance an economy that keeps the increase in the world's temperatures to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius at the end of the century, where all, including future generations, are able to enjoy their human rights without harm from climate change, without harm from pollution, without harm from deforestation, without harm from waste and environmental degradation. We must commit, Mr. Speaker, to raising our voices to inspire active and meaningful participation from all sectors of society. We must dedicate raising our voices to add to the voices of the marginalized and vulnerable groups and leave no one behind. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I dare say, challenge accepted. It is imperative to persist through these challenges, through raising our voices amid the pandemic and climate crisis. I strongly believe that we can build back better. We must. People and planet first. People and planet first. Mr. Speaker, this is also one of this youth representation's battle cry today, as we observe the International Day of Education. Today, Mr. Speaker, the UN resolution, which was adopted by the General Assembly in December 3, 2018, proclaimed January 24 as the International Day of Education. This recognizes that education increases the productivity of individuals and strengthens the potential for economic growth, develops the skills needed for decent work, develops the professional skills needed for sustainable development, including in the fields of water and sanitation, green energy, and the conservation of natural resources, helps to eradicate poverty and hunger, contributes to improved health, promotes gender equality and can reduce inequality, and promotes peace, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. The said resolution, Mr. Speaker, also acknowledges the importance of working to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education at all levels. Early childhood, primary, secondary, tertiary, and distance education, including technical and vocational training, so that all people may have access to lifelong learning opportunities that help them to acquire the knowledge and skills needed to access opportunities to participate fully in society and contribute to sustainable development. The theme for this year is, and I quote, recover and revitalize education for the COVID-19 generation, emphasizing the urgency of powering education by stepping up collaboration and international solidarity to place education and lifelong learning at the center of the recovery. Among the aims of this year's observance are, Mr. Speaker, first, highlight commitments and follow-up actions taken to protect education through the recovery, increase inclusion and combat dropout. Second is to celebrate initiatives being led by governments, educators, organizations, from global to grassroots efforts, as well as partnerships demonstrating the potential to recommit education to the principles of equity and relevance. Third is to highlight best practices in laws and policies on equitable finance for education that effectively and efficiently target the most disadvantaged. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to give voice to the COVID-19 generation to express their concern and aspirations in the face of a future marked by an economic recession and climate change. Napakahalaga po ng high-level summit ngayong araw para sa paghuhubog ng kinabukasan na mamanahin ng mga kabataan, ng mga bata. Ngayon, kinakailangan na protektahan natin ang kanilang pagsasalita at pagpapahayag, ang kanilang boses na para kamtin ang mas magandang bukas para rin sa susunod na henerasyon. At nakikita natin yan ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, no? Mula sa napakaraming ng mga children and youth who are speaking up against deforestation, the ecosystem disruption, at tumitindig no, para sa urgent planetary actions, urgent climate action in response to the planetary emergency. Well, demanding urgent action on the planetary emergency and on strengthening the healthcare system, ensuring transparency and accountability in the national COVID-19 vaccination program, and undertaking accessible and massive testing, tracing, isolation, and treatment to control and finally end the spread of the coronavirus. This youth representation has presented, and the House of Representatives has likewise tackled the demands of students and education stakeholders for inclusive distance learning modalities and safe reopening schools. Sa gitna po ng pandemya, no, ng public health emergency, na planetary emergency, ngayon higit kailanman na tinitiyak natin na hindi lang nadidinig, no, kundi natutugunan ang mga panawagan, ang mga hinaing ng ating hindi lang ng mga kabataan, kundi lalong-lalo na ang mga nagmula sa mga marginalisado at underrepresented sectors sa ating society. Yet, with all these presentation, active efforts to ensure that their cause and demands are, we learned from the summary of expert consultation on academic freedom and freedom of expression by the University of California Irvine School of Law International Justice Clinic that challenges and threats remain, such as the repressive legal framework in our institutions of learning, direct violence, threats and retaliation, restrictions to institutional autonomy, restrictions to peaceful protest and freedom of assembly, content-based restrictions, and digital rights challenges, among others. In the Philippines, red baiting continues to threaten the very essence of academic freedom and freedom of expression. On January 24, Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, it has come to the attention of this youth representation that a certain Twitter user at PNP Luna, claiming as the profile of Luna Municipal Police Station of the municipality of Luna in the province of Apayao, shared in its account a pixelated poster using my face in its purported campaign on counterterrorism. Mr. Speaker, this youth representation calls on PNP Luna to take down this post, issue a public apology, and ensure that all those behind this cyberbullying and defamation are held accountable. 2021 na, Ginoong Speaker, wala pa rin nagbabago sa nakapapahamak at mali na gawin na ito. Wala pa rin pong nananagot magpasa hanggang ngayon. This dangerous practice of red baiting has already crept in schools. Over the weekend, a screenshot of an online examination in Cavite State University has made the rounds of social media because of how a question included therein enforces stigma and discrimination surrounding outspoken students, youth, and activists. We call on CAVSU officials to immediately look into this matter. We trust that they will serve with and alongside the students and all their constituents in building a climate of trust and empowerment in the university. Another case, Mr. Speaker, is the reported dismissal of a senior high school student leader from his position in the student council for being part of a national youth organization and for calling an academic break. Nananawagan ang kabataan, Ginoong Speaker, na muli pong balikan ng UST ang kaso na ito. We sincerely hope that the administration revisits and reviews its waivers and student handbooks, which must aid and embody the promotion of human rights, academic freedom, and empowerment inside campuses. We also urge the UST administration to heed the call of their students and alumni in extending compassion and not repression in these difficult times of a public health, climate, and rights emergency. In addressing all these threats to academic freedom and institutional autonomy in higher education, Mr. Speaker, we can also learn in the broader unities forged in the declaration adopted in the 2019 Global Forum on Academic Freedom, stating that, and I quote, public authorities and the academic community alike must be vigilant in addressing and challenging such violations. And the responsibility for doing so does not stop at institutional or national borders. An attack on the freedom of one member of the academic community or the autonomy of one institution is an attack on the fundamental values of our democracies, regardless of where it takes place. Stop the attack. Defend the defenders. Defend academic freedom. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we call on our fellow lawmakers to urgently work on measures containing proposals on how to recover and revitalize education, including the bills upholding academic freedom in all institutions of learning and the safe reopening of our schools. Higit sa lahat po, mananatili lamang buhay ang demokratikong karapatan at ang kalayaang akademiko kung ito ay isa sa praktika at gagamitin upang hindi na maulit pang muli ang mga naabuso o ang mga abuso sa nakaraan magpasa hanggang sa kasalukuyan. Muli, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Speaker. Pagbati sa pandaigdigang araw ng edukasyon. Fight on sa lahat ng ating fellow eco-warriors at mga climate activists. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng tumitindig para sa kinakailangan na aksyong pangklima at aksyon para sa karapatan sa edukasyon. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Elago be referred to the Committee on Rules. So
Any
moved.
objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Next to avail of the privilege hour is the Honorable Gentleman from the 1st District of Bohol. I move that we recognize Congressman Edgar Chato. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. Representative Edgar Chato is hereby recognized.
Honorable Speaker Lord Alan J.Q. Velasco, the honorable members of the House of Representatives, our dear colleagues in Congress, good evening. It is indeed a great honor to speak before you tonight after the privileged speech of our dear friend, Senator, now Congresswoman Lauren Ligarda, the country's strongest advocates for environmental protection, preservation, and climate change. Last year, our country had gone through many adversities. Year 2020 started with the Taal volcano eruption. It was followed by the COVID-19 pandemic, which plunged the Philippine economy in recession. Then, while we were reeling under the vicious yoke of COVID-19 pandemic, we were visited by several typhoons and super typhoon, which ravaged certain areas of our country, as if the pandemic was not enough. The good news is, towards the end of the year, on 25 November 2020, the House of Representatives, under the leadership of House Speaker Lord Alan J. Velasco, declared climate and environmental emergency to ensure enhanced and coherent climate actions in the executive and legislative agenda of the government. In line with this, I would like to commend our House Speaker and the House leadership and all members of Congress. Adopting House Resolution 1377 of the Committee on Climate Change under House Resolution 123 of the House of Representatives. Under House Resolution 123, the House of Representatives, in the exercise of its oversight functions, shall conduct an audit of relevant national government agencies and local government units in relation to their compliance to existing environmental, climate, disaster risk reduction, and management and appropriation laws, and of course, international agreements in the light of the climate and environmental emergency, with the end in view of ensuring an enhanced national monitoring and evaluation system for the implementation of these laws and warranting the accountability of government officials, private entities, and other involved stakeholders. One of the existing environmental laws is Republic Act 9003, or the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000, principally authored by then Senator, now Deputy Speaker Lauren Ligarda. Pursuant to this law, every month of January was declared Zero Waste Month under Presidential Proclamation 760. This government advocacy aims to promote the management of waste products to reduce or eliminate the volume of waste. This proclamation is an important reminder to everyone of the need to be mindful of the waste that we create. Under this proclamation, all heads of departments, agencies, and instrumentalities of the national government, including government-owned and controlled corporations, local government units, and other sectors, are encouraged to extend their support and participate in the programs and activities to be held for this purpose. In view of this humble representation would like to enjoin the to celebrate Zero Waste Month for at least the remaining week of this month by being mindful of the waste that we generate here in the hallowed halls of Congress,
Thank you.
we can apply this advocacy as well, not only here in Congress, but also and more importantly in our own districts. We call all to practice the principle of 5 R's promoted by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources: refuse, reduce, reuse, rot, and recycle. We can avoid waste generation by refusing non-reusables and non-recyclables, such as single-use plastic carrier bags, by bringing our own reusable bags to market. We can reduce waste by conserving water, electricity, and other resources. We can choose to buy items that are reusable and repairable. We can turn our organic wastes to composts to enrich the soil for plantitos and plantitas. We can recycle items that are meant for disposal by sending them to recycling facilities or just repurpose them. As of January 2021, 20 years after the enactment of our Ecological Solid Waste Management Act, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources reported that there are still 261 open dump sites in the country, far outnumbering the 189 sanitary landfills in operation. This affects not only the cleanliness of our environment, but speeds up climate change as well. According to the United States Environmental Protection Agency, landfill gas, a natural byproduct of the decomposition of organic materials in landfills, is composed of roughly 50% methane, 50% carbon dioxide, and a small amount of non-methane organic compounds. However, methane as a greenhouse gas is 28 to 36 times more effective than carbon dioxide at trapping heat in the atmosphere over a 100-year period, as stated in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Assessment Report. Therefore, the more methane gas produced in dump sites and landfills, the more greenhouse gases that are more potent to get released in the atmosphere. These greenhouse gases is the primary cause of global warming and hence climate change. The Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000 may have been around for 2 decades already, yet we're confronted with the seemingly insurmountable problem of managing our solid wastes. Our climate crisis too continues to worsen. This humble representation hopes that following the House of Representatives' declaration of climate and environmental emergency, we will be able to cascade down environmental laws like RA 9003 from the national government to the local government units and be able to better manage our municipal solid waste starting from the grassroots. Then perhaps very soon we can truly celebrate Zero Waste Month every month of January. Mr. Speaker, for the remainder of this month, in celebration of Zero Waste Month, I hope everyone will be reminded of the need to be mindful of the waste that we create. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, I move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Edgar Chato be referred to the Committee on Rules.
There an objection, the chair is none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Next to avail of the privilege hour of 30 minutes is the Honorable Kaloy Zarate from All right. Let me amend said motion, Mr. Speaker. I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro from ACT Teachers for her privileged speech. So move.
Any objection, the chair is none, motion is approved. Representative Franz Castro, Teachers Party List is hereby recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Magandang araw po sa inyo po at sa kapwa ko kinatawan. Nais ko lang pong iparating ang kalagayan ng milyong-milyong ordinaryong mamamayan ngayon dahil sa patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin at basic commodities sa kabila ng pandemya at socio-ekonomikong krisis na kinakaharap ng ating bansa. Maririnig po natin kabi-kabila yung hinaing ng ating mga mamamayan kaugnay noong patuloy na pagsirit ng pagtaas ng presyo. Mamamayang Pilipino na naman ang talo sa patuloy na pagsipa ng mga presyo ng mga bilihin at mga basic commodities. Marami nang nawala ng trabaho dulot ng pandemya. Kung mayroon namang trabaho, napakababa naman ang sahod. Salat sa ayudang dapat magmula sa gobyerno. Hindi pa tayo nakakabangon dahil sa COVID-19 pandemic at sunod-sunod na kalamidad na dumaan sa bansa. May panibagong bangungot na naman tayong susuungin. Andyan pa rin ang banta ng COVID-19 at ang UK variant COVID at itong mataas na bilihin. Matinding kahirapan ang nararanasan ngayon ng mga mamamayan. Kung hindi man sila mamatay sa COVID o kawalan ng tulong medikal, maaari naman silang mamatay sa malnutrisyon dahil walang sapat na pagkain. Noong nakalipas na Disyembre 2020, umalo na sa 3.5% ang inflation rate. Ito na ang pinakamataas sa nakalipas na 21 buwan. Matapos ang sabay-sabay na nagsitaasan na ang presyo ng karning baboy, manok at mga gulay tulad ng sibuyas, talong, ampalaya, kalabasa, repolyo, siling labuyo, Baguio beans at iba pa. Halimbawa po ay yung mga karning baboy, mula po sa 190, ngayon po ay 420 na. Ang karning manok mula sa 120, ngayon po ay 220 na rin. Ang ampalaya na mula sa 80 per kilo, ngayon ay 200 na. Ang sibuyas mula sa 120, ngayon naman po ay 200 pesos per kilo. Ang kalabasa mula sa 40 per kilo, ngayon ay 100 per kilo. Talong, 120 per kilo, ngayon ay 180 per kilo. Repolyo, 140, ngayon ay 100. Ang Baguio beans, 70 pesos per kilo, ngayon ay 180. Ito po yung mga natala ng representasyong ito sa kanyang pamamalengke sa mga nakaraang linggo. Malaki rin ang epekto ng inflation sa sektor ng edukasyon at sa mga guro dahil kailangan pa nilang pagkasyahin ang kanilang kakarampot na sahod para lang sa pang-araw-araw na panggasto sa kanilang pamilya. Isama pa rito ang blended learning at online classes. Ngayong 2021, hindi pa rin naibibigay ng Department of Education ang 2019 performance-based bonus, ang 2020 service recognition incentive, kung saan halos 6,000 lang ang kinaya ng pondo ng ahensya. Idagdag pa ang kulang at pahirapang pagbibigay ng communication expense reimbursement at 1,000 annually or 83 per month lamang ang inilaan na budget para sa internet allowance. Imbis na agarang tugunan ng gobyerno ang hinaing ng mamamayan tulad ng pag-regulate ng presyo ng bilihin, mas inaatupag pa nito ang kanilang mga pansariling interes tulad ng pagsusulong ng tiyatya, pagbubukas ng Pilipinas sa foreign ownership at bakang mga pulisiyang anti-mamamayan. Kaya po ang kinatawang ito, Ginoong Speaker, kasama ng mamamayan ay patuloy ang panawagan na dapat gumawa na ng agarang aksyon ang gobyerno, kasama na dito ang Department of Trade and Industry, ang Department of Agriculture, upang kontrolin ang presyo ng mga bilihin at basic commodities. Makaramdam naman sana ang administrong ito ng ordinaryong mamamayan palagi na pumapasa ng kabagalan, kapalpakan at kababayaan. Makatarungan din ang panawagan ng mamamayan na nakabubuhay na sweldo, lalo na ngayong pandemya. Hindi na sapat ang kasalukuyang sahod, lalo na ang cost of living allowance ng mga manggagawa at personal economic relief allowance ng mga kawani ng gobyerno sa tindi ng krisis pangkalusugan at pang-ekonomiya. Paragi namang sinasabi ng nila ng mga guro na our take-home pay cannot take us home. Patuloy din ang panawagan namin sa sapat ng katarungang ayuda para sa mamamayan upang makabawas man lang sa epekto ng pandemya at malawakang kawalan ng hanap buhay. At sa konklusyon, Ginoong Speaker, nananawagan po tayo sa kapulungang ito na sana po itinggin ang mga panawagang ito ng ating mga mamamayan at lahat po ng mga measures na may kinalaman po doon sa adequate food, may kinalaman po doon sa pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin ay kagyat pong dinggin at bigyang solusyon ang mga problemang ito ng ating mga mamamayan. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Speaker. Magandang gabi sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of Representative Castro be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we, considering that there are only about 2 minutes left in the period that we requested for earlier, I move that we extend the privilege hour for another 30 minutes.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next member who wishes to avail of the privilege hour is Representative Euphemia Puliamat of Party List Bayan Muna. I move that she be recognized.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Representative Euphemia Puliamat, Party List Bayan Muna, she be recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker, mga sa Majority Leader, mga kapwa ko kinatawan no na nasa JOM at sa plenaryo, magandang gabi sa ating lahat. Ako ngayon magsasalita patungkol sa kalagayan ng ating mga magsasaka at manggagawang bukid sa Sindayulo na nangyari noong January 20. No? Ginoong Speaker, saan tutungo ang mga magsasaka at manggagawang bukid kung maging ang panalo sa korte ay hindi katiyakan ng kanilang tagumpay sa paglaban nila para sa lupa, trabaho, karapatan at katarungan? Ginoong Speaker, kamakailan lang lamang sinugod at tinali ng mga upahang gwardya at bayarang matun sa Sindayulo sa Kanlubang, Laguna ang mga ilang tao upang ipamala sa kanila ang aktwal na pagsunog sa kanilang mga tahanan. Ang mga biktimang ito ay mga aktibong nasa harapan ng paglaban ng mga magsasaka at manggagawang bukid ng nasabing asilda para sa lupa, trabaho, karapatan at katarungan. 4 na bahay ang sadyang tinupok ng apoy, napakapanglulumo at nakakagalit pagmasdan ang mga kuhang video na nagpapakita sa dahan-dahang tumutupok ng apoy ang mga tahanang ito. Ginoong Speaker, ilang araw lang bago ang panununog, 2 bahay naman ang sinugod ng mga taong armado ng mataas na kalibre ng baril. Winasak ang buong bahay, hindi nakaligtas maging ang mga kubitan sa ginagawang pangwawasak. Ginoong Speaker, hindi na bago ang mga karahasang ito sa Sindayulo. Mula sa pananakot, aktwal na pisikal na pandarahas hanggang sa malagim na pamamaslang sa mga leader ng mga magsasakang bukid at magsasaka ay ginawang laban sa kanila upang pahinain ang kanilang salamasamang paglaban para sa lupa, trabaho, karapatan at katarungan. Sa mahabang panahon ng paglaban at sa harap ng tumitinding atake sa kanilang hanay, ang mga manggagawang bukid at magsasakang ito, pati ang kanilang mga taga-suporta ay hindi nagpatinag upang patuloy na igiit ang kanilang mga makatarungang ipinaglalaban. Ang pag-igting ng paglaban para sa lupa ay iba yung pag-igting din ng panunupil at pandarahas laban sa kanilang hanay. Mula sa kabukiran, mga lansangan at hanggang sa bulwagan ng mga korte, mariing itinutulak at magiting na iginiit ng mga magsasakang manggagawang bukid at magsasaka ng Sindayulo ang kanilang karapatan sa lupaing inugatan na ng kanilang mahabang panahon at ilang henerasyon ng pakikibaka. Nakatatak na sa lupaing ito ang pawis at dugo ng paglaban para sa lupa. Nakaugat na dito ang tradisyonal na pakikibaka ng karaniwang mamamayan at katumbas ng panunupil ng Estado at mga mangangamkam ng lupa. Ginoong Speaker, pinakahuling tagumpay na nakamit nila dahil sa kanilang sama-samang pagkilos, iginawad ng Korte Suprema pabor sa mga manggagawang bukid at magsasaka ng hasindayulo o mga tinanti ayon sa legal na taguri ang karampatang kabayaran dahil sa ginawang pagpapalit gamit sa lupa. Tinatawag na disturbance fee ang nakamit na tagumpay na ito sa legal na paglaban ay bilang kabayaran ng mga tinanti na tuluyan nang mawala ng karapatan sa lupaing ipinaglalaban nila ng kanilang pawis at dugo. Pira lamang, hindi lupa ang kapalit ng kanilang makasaysayang paglaban. Subalit nagresulta man ito sa konsolidasyon ng pagmamay-ari ng lupain ng hasinda sa mga Panginoong may lupa, mga mangangamkam sa lupa at mga sinabing developer, matatawag na tagumpay pa rin ito sa panig ng mga manggagawang bukid at magsasaka ng asinda. Sapagkat bukod sa kanilang pinakamataas bukod na kinilala sa pinakamataas na korte ang karapatan ng mga maralitang ito sa lupain ng hasinda, inutusan pa ng korte ang developer at mangangamkam ng lupain na bayaran ng karampatang halaga ang mga manggagawang bukid at magsasaka ng asinda na tuluyan ng mawawala ng karapatan sa lupa. Hindi lang ang mga magsasakang manggagawang bukid ang nakaranas ng pandarahas at paglabag sa karapatang pantao, pati din ang ating mga maralitang lungsod. Nitong linggo, marahas na dinisperse ang mga vendors sa isinagawang clearing operation sa Parañaque na makikita natin sa isang video na pinusasan, pinadapa at ang masahol pa ay sinipa sa mukha ng dahil lang sa pagdiit niyang huwag kumpiskahin ang kanyang kariton na bumubuhay sa kanila sa araw-araw. Nasaan ang kompasyon at pagrespeto ng mga mahihirap na gusto lamang mabuhay, Ginoong Speaker? Ginoong Speaker, makasaysayan, makatarungan at legal ang kanilang paglaban. Dapat lamang na mga magsasaka at manggagawang bukid ang tunay na makinabang sa lupa. Subalit, mulit-muli ay hindi din titigil ang Estado, mga Panginoong may lupa at mga mangangamkam ng lupa gamit ang mga bayaranggons ng mga sundalo at kapulisan upang biguin ang anumang forma ng paglaban para sa tunay na reformang agraryo. Kung maging ang mga legal na tagumpay sa korte ay hindi katiyakan ng pagkakaroon ng makabuluhang pagbabago sa abang kalagayang agraryo ng mga maggagawang bukid at magsasaka, Ginoong Speaker, saan sila dudulog? Ginoong Speaker, walang maaasahan kundi ang bawat isa ata ang kanilang sama-samang pagkilos. Ginoong Speaker, maraming salamat at magandang gabi sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of Representative Kuliamat be referred to the Committee on Rules.
An objection, the chair is none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, the last of our colleagues to avail of the privilege hour is a gentleman from party list Bayan Muna, Representative Carlos Isagani Zarate. I move that the gentleman be recognized.
An objection, the chair is none, the motion is approved. Representative Carlos Isagani Zarate, party list Bayan Muna, is hereby recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ginoong Speaker, nais ko sana kayong batiin ng maligaya, mapagpala at masaganang bagong taon. Pero sa kasamaang palad, Ginoong Speaker, hindi yon ang sumalubong sa atin sa pagpasok ng taong 2021. Ang sumalubong sa atin ay ang nagtataasang presyo ng mga bilihin. Ang mga ganitong pangyayari ay hindi nakaliligaya at kabaligtaran ng isang masagana. Ilang araw pa bago ang buwan ng Pebrero, pero sinalubong na tayo ng pagmamahal sa gitna ng krisis na ito. Marami ang nagulat sa taas ng presyo ng pagkain ngayong nasa gitna tayo ng isang krisis na pinalala pa nitong pandemya ng COVID. Umaabot na ng 400 piso kada kilo ang karne ng baboy, samantalang 380 kada kilo naman ang baka. Ang manok ay nasa 190 kada kilo. Ang mga isda ay naglaro na sa 100 hanggang 180 kada kilo. Ang galunggong na dating tinatawag na tinagruang isdang pangmasa o the poor man's fish, ngayon ay umaabot na ng 180 kada kilo. Ang mga panggisa na katulad ng sibuyas, bawang at kamatis ay nasa 100 ang kada kilo sa ngayon, Mr. Speaker. Hindi rin nagpapahuli ang mga gulay na umaabot na sa presyong halos katumbas na rin ng mga presyo ng mga karne. Ang sili lang yata ang bumaba dahil sa presyong umaabot ng 1,000 kada kilo noong Disyembre, ngayon ay nasa 600 hanggang 700 na lang ito kada kilo. Sa harap na patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin, tanong ng maraming Pilipino, paano pagkakasyahin ang kakarampot na minimum wage na 537 pesos kada araw? Ginoong Speaker, bago tayo malunod sa nagmamahalang presyo ng pagkain, alalahanin natin na hindi lang pagkain ang pinagkakagastusan ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Nakaharap ang bawat pamilya sa mas mataas na gastusin, halimbawa mula sa face mask araw-araw or maging ang gastos para sa face shield, sa wifi o sa data para sa pag-aaral ng mga anak, mas mahal na pamasahe hanggang sa dagdag na kontribusyon ng SSS at ng PhilHealth. Kung ang mga malalaking kumpanya ay nagrereklamo at nanabawasan ang kanilang kita ngayong panahon ng pandemya, paano pa kaya, Ginoong Speaker, ang isang ordinaryong manggagawang pinagkaitan na sa napakahabang panahon at hanggang ngayon na nabubuhay lamang sa kakarampot na sahod? Paano pa kaya ang isang ordinaryong manggagawa na halos 3 bahagi ng kanyang sahod ay katumbas lamang ng 1 kilo ng baboy? Noong September taong 2019, nabalita ang unang kaso, Mr. Speaker, ng African swine fever sa ating bansa. Makalipas ang mahigit 1 taon ng pag-control daw sa sakit at sa kabila ng makailang ulit na deklarasyon ng Department of Agriculture na ito ay under control na, ang ASF sa ating bansa nakatambad pa rin sa atin ngayon ang katotohanan ng hindi lang laganap ang African swine fever, kundi halos ubusin na nito ang supply ng baboy sa buong bansa. Marami na ang naluluging magbababoy. Pero sa kabila ng pagkalugi ng industriyang ito, dahil sa kapabayaan na rin ng Estado, pinaplano pa ng pamahalaan na mag-angkat ng baboy mula sa ibang bansa. Lagit-lagi pinipili ang pinakamadaling solusyon, ang mag-import na lamang ng pangangailangan ng bansa sa halip na tulungan ang naghihikahos ng mga industriya ng ating bansa. Kaya isang pangamba ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, na hindi malayong danasin rin ng industriya ng pagbababoy ang dinanas ng ating mga magsasaka sa palay sa ilalim ng rice tariffication law. Isa lamang bentahe ng Pilipinas ang pagiging agrikultural na bansa nito. Sagana sa likas na yaman na sasapat sana para sa pangangailangan ng buong populasyon. Ngunit sa ilan ng mga nagdaang administrasyon, hindi nito pinahalagahan ang ating industriya ng agrikultura. Ang ating mga magsasaka ay nananatiling walang sariling mga lupa Dahil 8 sa bawat 10 magsasaka ay hindi pa rin niya pag-aari ang lupang kanyang sinasaka. Ang ating mga mangingisda naman ay hindi makapalaot sa ating sariling dagat. Napakalaking kabalintunaan na kung sino ang nagpapakain sa sambayanang Pilipino ay sila pa ang walang pagkain na maihapag sa kanilang mesa. Sa ibang bansa, Ginoong Speaker, todo suporta ang kanilang pamahalaan sa kanilang industriya ng agrikultura, habang sa atin ay napakalaking kabaliktaran naman. Kung ilalaban ang kanilang produkto sa ating lokal na produksyon, walang duda na matatalo ang ating mga magsasaka. Lagit-lagi rin na pinagsasabong ang producer at consumer sa labang parehas naman silang walang maihahaing pagkain sa kanilang lamesa. Mistulang naging pulisiya na ng pamahalaan ang pagyamanin ang mga magsasaka at negosyante ng ibang bansa at hindi tangkilikin ang sariling ating. Sa ngalan ng neoliberalismo, pinabaha ang mga imported na produkto sa ating mga pamilihan na pumapatay sa ating lokal na industriya. Kaya, Ginoong Speaker, walang Pilipinong matuwa na hinigitan pa ng Pilipinas ang China sa pag-import ng bigas noong 2019. Isipin na lang natin, Ginoong Speaker, ang mga Chino ay 1.4 billion ang kanilang populasyon at tayo ay higit 100 million mga Pilipino lamang. Pero hinigitan natin ang importasyon ng bigas noong 2019. Bago pa man nagkaroon ng pandemya ng COVID ay sadlak na sa hirap ang ating mga consumer. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin, Ginoong Speaker, na ang pandemya ng COVID-19 ang naging dahilan kung bakit naghihirap ang ating mga sambayanan. Wala pa man ang krisis na ito na dala ng COVID-19, bumabagsak na ang ating gross domestic product growth rate. Wala pang COVID-19, hindi na sapat ang buwan ng sahod habang ang presyo ng mga bilihin ay patuloy na tumataas. Ang totoo, Ginoong Speaker, parang naging new normal na ang mataas na presyo ng mga bilihin mula noong pinatupad ng pamahalaang ito, ang train law, na siyang nagpataw ng napakaraming buwis sa mga produkto at bilihin, lalong-lalo na ang buwis sa petrolyo at iba pa. Nagmahal ang bigas, karne, gulay, kahit na ang 3-in-1 na kape, soft drinks, gasolina, pamasahe at marami pang iba, Ginoong Speaker. Gutom at kahirapan na ang kalaban ng ating mamamayan, wala pa man ang pandemya ng COVID. Paano pa kaya ngayon, 10 buwan nang nag-lockdown ang Pilipinas, ang pinakamahabang lockdown sa kasalukuyan sa buong mundo. Kaya, Ginoong Speaker, kapos at hindi sapat. At sa tunayan, maling-mali na sa ganitong mga mahihirap na pagkakataon ay price control or price freeze na lamang ang tanging magagawa ng pamahalaan. Minulat na tayo ng pandemya ng COVID-19 na hindi mali ang protektahan at paunlarin ang sariling atin. Sa katunayan, Ginoong Speaker, dapat palakasin ang lokal na mga industriya ng Pilipinas imbis na patayin ito sa pamamagitan ng pagsandig sa dayuhang kapital. Matagal nang ipinanawagan ng kapwa producer at consumer na paunlarin ang industriya ng ating agrikultura. Ito ang isang tamang solusyon sa paghihirap ng ating mga mamamayan. Ito ang panlaban sa mataas na presyo ng pagkain at paraan para malagyan ng pagkain ang mesa ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Kapag maraming pagkain sa hapagkainan ng pamilyang Pilipino, yun ang maligaya at masaganang pagsalubong sa anumang bagong taon, Ginoong Speaker. Kaya bilang panghuli, Ginoong Speaker, kung kayang isulong natin ang tunay na reformang agraryo, paglaanan natin ng pondo at suportahan ang ating mga magsasaka at iba pang sektor sa agrikultura. Ipatupad natin ang tunay na pagpapaunlad sa industriya ng agrikultura sa ating bansa. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker, at magandang gabi sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Zarate to the Committee on Rules.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a minute.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Secretary General, that we take up additional reference of business and direct the Secretary General to read item. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Secretary General.
Additional reference of business. Committee report, report number 715 and House Bill number 8477.
To the Committee on Rules. Thank you. Read this. I was informed by the Secretariat that after a review and validation of all the votes cast on the House bills that the body approved in the third and final reading last week, there are corrections in the results of the nominal voting on two bills. Let the record reflect the following corrected results. For House Bill number 7700, approved on third reading on January 18, 2021, affirmative votes remains at 214, negative votes remain at 0, abstention 6 instead of 0. For House Bill number 8207, approved on third reading on January 19, 2021, affirmative votes remains at 2013, negative votes 2 instead of 1, abstention remains at 0. The Secretary General is so directed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until 26th of January 2021, Tuesday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Session suspended till January 26 at 3 o'clock. Next thing.